There are two kinds of people in Washington.
I got one more track left. What's up?
What's up, man? What you want to do?
Huh?
What you want to do?
I don't know, man. IQ over here says, man, he wants us to do one more chumpy. So you want to kick something, or you want to, what's up?
Yo, check. Here go what we're gonna do.
Right.
Since you've been making all them funky new radical, butt naked, booty sticking type of style of beats, we're gonna let you get a taste. So you come on in and soundproof and rock some of that rubbish. You be right.
Yo, I'm gonna rock a little something too, man. So get things right.
Word up.
Can I start this?
Word
Yeah,
is born.
do that,
You can
man.
start
Do that.
this.
Do that. Oh, I like that.
Woo!
About to get dumb, stupid. Word up. Word up. Yo, what's going on, Q, man? Yo. Yeah, shut that door, man. Yo,
Freedom.
What's
It's
up,
about
man?
time you show some loyalty to this too.
Word up. I'm gonna do that.
Yo, well, check this out. Yo, take some of that echo out, and I'm going to kick it like this.
Word up.
Yo, Harvey.
Who?
Harvey Wallbanger. Met.
Who?
Mrs. Coathanger. In the compartment of their apartment. Down with the upside down closet department. So you figure it. But please don't be a bigot. Make like a wino and swig it down your mouth, your throat, your esophagus. I'm too smooth. So get off of this, sucker. You can't withstand the momentum. Take a one a day and a Centrum vitamin. Mr. Weasel, my mic's like a painting mic stands an easel. You go Rambo, I go predator, competitor, editor, creditor, and much better than a quacker. Rapper who thinks he's like Dapper. Dan like a seal, I keep him clapping his hands. Balancing a ball in his nose and going and striking a pose for the camera. But you say how? I say, are you an Indian who? Now you're an owl, hooting like a bird, always tooting, polluting the atmosphere, continuously tooting and hooting and looting. Meanwhile, I go freestyle, hit a funky rapper PRT on profile. I'm running out of breath, it's time for tone to pass it. Yo, wise, please guess
Once again, yes, my friend, I tend to build up my empire. For righteous teachers, themselves for righteous triers. And now they will succeed, and they must see that we suggested. Cause now they're even students to the teacher and the lesson. No guessing, oh, how I love to bomb a weak hypothesis. Listen, cause I'm dropping this PRT posse rocking this. Smooth with the roughness, this sexy style. Yet, how can I sink into the presence of the soul? Check, stomachs coming, no sex, that the rhythm. There goes PRT posse gone, can I keep up with them? They rock, then they roll meaning step. Back up on the phone, and that's the projects that they rest. Sometimes the teachers show, then tell the tribe, hey, yo, let's go. Back up the equipment, get me back into the ghetto. Yo, I'm coaching freedom. I think it's about that time you showed and prove yourself. Do that.
I'm gonna do a little something like Diaz.
Go it.
Here's an inorganic bomb, but don't panic. I'm the sole controller, revolving 9 planets.
Yes.
I'm manifesting a blessing from the heavens. Peace to all the queens, submitting to the sevens.
The
Asiatic, based on mathematics. You're a job junkie, sat back fanatic.
Right, our knowledge.
Wisdom be purified. My wisdom will receive, reflect and amplify. Bear this understanding that makes it understood. Yo, I'm culture freedom. Now ain't that good? I use the power of refinement to serve the justice. I dare you snakes to ever try to touch this. Ideal equal, that's equality. Freezing your domes, giving no apology. 7.5, you know that's God. Tell them, truth is food, word is bond. I build and destroy as the earth keeps probing. Surrounded by filth, but protected with clothing. Shelf is where I store my knowledge to born. Love is in the cipher, so I go on. Bass is for the cause that I'm rapping this. Love brings peace, and peace brings happiness. Total satisfaction from one's own actions. If not, then there's a fatal reaction. You call it static in the attic. The static will be dynamic. Just say you're satisfied. What I'm flattered at the end of this verse. You know who rules. I have my mathematics combined with 12 Jews and that. Drop on the brothers and the others that lack. Yo, I'm thick on the beat, but I'll be back. Word up. Crash, smash the set, you know what I'm saying? See, I've been in full effect. The righteous teachers, Tony D, and the PRT posse, getting stupid, dumb, retarded, and all that, you know what I'm saying?
IQ Northside Production.
Word up, getting radically, no.
By the way, saying peace to all the gods of the universe.
Ready, bop, bop, bop.
Yo, I'd like to give a special thanks to PRT for giving me the opportunity to produce their album.
Yeah, and my boy Shy, you know what I'm saying? Rocking a funky, radical hip hop scratching place, you know what I'm saying? And we in this.
That was a positive universal greeting. We in this.
Hey, Ram, keep on selling that flow, don't fly gear, you know what I'm saying? And we out here.
My bad, y'all. I ain't click on other screen. Let me get back to the music. I'm gonna start it all over, man. Peace to guys, peace to goddesses, peace to Aborigines, North, South, Central, as well as the conjoining islands. Hit that like button, share the video out. I'm gonna replay the song and we're gonna get back into it. Sorry about that. Let's get back into it.
Yeah. The world famous firm team for you and yours. Show the whole world how we handle business. It's the remix, yo. Check out my fam. Yeah.
Miliato, used to cop blow from Billy Bronco. Little Willie's roll Chaco and Phillies and Pamo. Willie's 650s with my eyes closed, designer clothes. Wind it down with finer hoes. The kind of rock diamond shines on their toes. Sign throwers, nine-toters, high rollers. I know this, keep my mind focused. Rhymes are focused, rhyme dopest. Niggas can't believe my mind wrote this. I was raised in a family of lie smokers. 850 eyes, wide rovers. Fuck the chauffeur, we drive high, never sober. Drive by with the scope up. Black Scarface, coked up.
Shit, a very few cats that I respect in this game. If you're looking through the credits, nigga, check for your name. And if it's not there, someone complain that it's not fair. The way I popped up and hot all year, like a scarlet fever. Take the heart to all non-believers. Moving with sharks, make it more hard to reach us. Dark lips be the guard features. Flashing most stacks, ball-headed as in Kojak. Keeping shows packed and the money close, kid. Niggas on my nuts like they honey roasted. Rock low shit, double XL to hide the full fifth. Celebrating this life, the whole flip.
Go expedition, stroll the street code shitting. Chose to listen, chisel dice, rolls to glisten. Stole your wisdom, win against your whole solar system. Chrome's dishing, true players know the mission. Guns ready for Benjamins, it becomes deadly. Before you fire, take aim, hold steady. Hold flow to highness, ski boating in Bahamas. Notre Dame, nationwide close the finest. Lace jiggy, cool pushers base with me. From 850s to GT, Mr. BC. More weed up, moolah slowed me up, froze me up. Sex drive drove me nuts for the world. Every boy, every girl, low fade, afro braids, waves of curls. Lot of ladies, I'm like a stretch 6 Mercedes, stick them down crazy. This shit is crazy.
The world famous. Cats throw their lips to the anus. Little bitch, keep the 450 stainless. So that fake shit you came with is why I cop the Lincoln Ave and you still push the same shit. Fuck a bitch, y'all hoes is detrimental. Fake Chanel shit in a rental. It's real simple. When you ballin', that's when they running with you. When you fallin', man, them hoes ain't fucking with you. Motherfucking right, I'ma flash my one. Hold my niggas down, yes, and I rep for my sons. World famous, firm family, stay tight like some virgin pussy.
We on the road to the top of the globe, launching off like the way a rocket explode. Never change course, been everywhere in this game 7 years. Champagne tears for players who ain't here. Been across seas that's around the hemisphere. Rip matter arenas like Madison Square. Pulling the finest girls with the fattest gear. Lots of ass out there, but we had our share. Built a house on a mountain on top of the peak. Acres of green grass, still watching the street. For the trife individuals, protecting my life. Indivisible, under guard, flexing my ice. Never stress small things, what's promised to come. If you rich, then expect all drama to come. Broke niggas don't see it yet. When you get a key, I bet friends ain't friends. Girls wanna see you wet up, hoping that you self-destruct. Got my balls and my word, and I just don't give a fuck. Live it up, wear your hand, get a cup. Niggas get the money, stay tossing it up. What?
This upcoming school year,
Say what? Here, what the hell with y'all just rhyme? Cause the get down. Get
Party people's in the place to be. Just for you, it's the Orchard Magnetic MC.
Say what? Here, what the hell with y'all just rhyme? Cause the jam is just moving. The crowd is steady moving. To a supersonic pace with high and stupid bass. With some pep in the step. Cause the beat is so funky, the pace is well kept. Come on.
Cool key. They use simple back and forth, the same old rhythm that a baby can pick up and join right with them, but the rhymes are pathetic. They think they copacetic, using nursery terms, at least not poetic on an educated base. Intelligent, wise, as the record just turned, you learn, plus earn by the flame of the lyrics, which cooks the human brain, providing overheating knowledge by means causing pain, making mind brain headed yourself start to melt while the techniques spin. The wax is on the belt, motivating clockwise. The more you realize, more laws moving steady by most. We're ever ready, like a battery charged and work the alkaline. Yes, the mystery to solve. So seeking to find these words I've given, extreme and out driven with a Datsun, a maxim of the guy. Yes, the wizard Cool Keith, and I'm sporting my rhyme. Cause we're Ultra MC's Ultra MC Ultra MC's
Using data, I am approximate, leaving revolutions, turning emerging chemistry with deep precise implications achieved. Adversity, explorating, demonstrating, ruling, dominating, igniting, causing friction with nuclear alarm, separation, competing vitals from me, the scientist. As I execute, lyricists known as predators, when by stripping high poems and make the penicillin, I was shoot, sort out, and stomp. Epi-pet, OP rampaging paramedic. Quotient is my title to inform of the world of such a holocaust, which served as a purpose, preparing first aid with medical utensils. The wizard said G is advanced with elevation, astonishing with rhythm plus with
MC's Ultra. MC Ultra. MC Ultra. MC's. Oh, love.
a cool G.
Choose the scientific matter I probe for evidence, leading melodies obtaining slight positive beams of the average formulation applied mechanically, maintainable displayed, expressed by alternating microwave frequencies, directly inorganic, operating logically. New development, separate, accumulating, ambiguous thoughts, admitting parts specified, particular words, volunteer, agitating, ears of parasites, respond, duplicating, attempting lyricists, recognize competition and ultimate reality. The general speaker, corporal cool key, leaving specimens frozen near 0 degrees by controlling every germ. A spray disinfected with tranquilized brains and stunned competitors, cause we're
Ultra. MC Ultra. MC Ultra. MC.
Rapper basic style of writing, they have no elevation that an audience respects and gives them annotation, yet they think they're so indebted. Using lousy edits, biting companies beat to cheat and get the credit on a scandal type case. Embezzlement wise, now as my lyrics tell the truth, the suit plus juicing by the force of my rhythm, which frees the average mind, allowing fraud, biting rhythm, which can't be redefined. Gamma ray, planet wise, the more you will despise. Said G, I'm always ready, at least I'm not confetti like a missile. I'm precise to Z, go in on others being lost at 12 G. You can't, so out the others, this rhyme I'm reciting. The words are so exciting with the DJ on the table. More love is always flying with a strap and the cut. Then you get up, proceed to move your butt crossways.
MC Ultra. MC Ultra. MC Ultra. MC.
keyboard is money, Mike.
Alright, teams in the place.
T-O-R-L-O.
14 Mission Posse.
Two loves in the house.
To a man, a trend love.
Carry D's in the place.
South Bronx. This is the girl.
I chose Wix for
We're ready, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Bob time. $1 million.
Once again, as we swing this up with the Grand Poobah, if I seen you kick it once, I'll see you slam it 1,000 times. You got to flow with this one, G. Grand Poobah coming in the rhyme dancehall style, see? You thought I couldn't do that. Them say who can get busy like this man, and if them search the whole land, them not find a man. Uber is the one that make them fly girls have a well, yeah, but the MCs them not scare me. The virgins say me can't wait to hear me. You want it done right, then give Grand Poo a call. Now let me get busy on this.
See, brothers be wishing, that's why they eager to listen. Trying to do me, but see, there's no competition. Grand Poobah's the type to get hyped to any funky sound, never the type to give a damn about a hand-me-down. Papers of rhymes are mine stack high like lumber. If one wants to swing at, she takes my beeper number. The skills go back to the days of flipping coins. Past time reading books by my man down the Boynes. But I'm not a pimp and I don't walk with a limp. You can stand on the game cause I know how to treat a dame. So knock 3 times on my ceiling if you got the feeling. Grand Poo is good for sexual healing. Lord have mercy, this is lovely, I'll say splendid. Pooba's on the stage and I'm glad you all attended. Rhyming to the beat is the way I make my money. I buy sweets for my sweets and no sugar for my honey. Brothers get paid for their papes. And if my sons try to play me, I'll hang on like some drapes. Pooba's the man and you
can't run the flame, so take it elsewhere. My dear, my dear. See, others try so hard to be this. Competition tries so hard to see this. But I let them know I'm not the one. So see the next one, the next one. I'll slap 5 to a brother who ain't about no job. I'll smack 10 to a friend who hooked me off with skins. See, I'm the type of brother and I like to have fun. She said 69, I said 68, and I owe you one. The style I kick, you will remember. And when I step to other rappers, you better yell timber, cause they're falling, they're falling. They're falling.
Force flap, pull it up now. You know you're sizzling. Pull it up, selector. Easy now. Now wrap it up.
Ooh, I love you so. Never, never, never gonna let you go. Once I get my hands on you. Ooh, I love you so. Never, never, never gonna let you go. I hope you feel the same way too.
Hey, come on, honey, you know I feel the same way, but I'm gonna do this my way, and I'm gonna do it like this, baby. See, it doesn't really matter if the place is big or small, cause I'm C, Grand Pooba, Company, Rhyme Dance Hall. I'm flipping the wigs of those who gig, I never renege on girls who dig, the super supreme one of the team of 3. See, I'm one of the best with most finesse, I really suggest you do not mess or try to test the very best at this. Do you really want to know what's next? I got you. Grand Pooper is one of the best. I rock you. Here I step with the rep that's kept in an orderly fashion. Sucking MCs I'm mashing. It's only one more verse I think that really need to be said is that I'm bad, and a wicked in bed. La 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 la. Whoa la 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 la. It's the Grand Pooper. Now him and our selector, who can get busy like this man, and infiltrate the whole land, them not find a man. Uber is the one to make them fly girls have a ball. Why, see it, but the MCs them not scare me. Me bird runs at them can't wait to hear me. If you want it done right, then give Grand Poo a call. Now let me get busy like this. See my man Vance Righty get up. Sensei and Paz K get up. To my man Ron Study get up. And my cousin Dr. Louie get up. To my cousin Jeffy get up. And all the brothers and sisters across the universe, they get up. I like to say peace to my brand Nubian brothers, Lord Jamal, Derek X, and Alamo with the A and LG.
Did I leave your mind when I was gone? It's not my thing trying to get back, but this time let me tell you where I'm at. You don't have to worry, 'cause I'm coming back to where I should have always stayed. And now I've heard the meaning to your story, and it's enough love for me to stay. Can't be I stayed away too long. Did I leave your mind when I was gone? Well, it's not my thing trying to get back. This time let me tell you where I'm at. I wanna be where you are. Oh, baby, where you are. Oh, I wanna be where you are. Oh, everywhere you are. Oh, please don't postpone to our future. There's so many things we haven't tried. I will love you better than I used to, and give you all the love I have inside.
likes up, share the build out. When I get 100 people in the chat room or get 100 people on the live stream, we'll start playing the music. So let's try to get to 100 people so we can get into the build. But let's get back into the music, all right?
I'm experienced now.
The black god got big lips and black bra. In the projects, wrist is whipping that black car. Rhymes insane, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black god got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Prior to job lives with jewelers and girls, it's axe knives if I rule the world. Yo, my mental vision, setting up intuition, and you really don't have nothing if you intuition. I work with light just to give birth to life. I was born in all forms in the perfect night. The black god got big lips and black broads. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. I am the ruler, just like the Lion of Judah. My third eye was built like an iron computer that's dark matter and deep thought making your heart shatter. I sleepwalk, talking with smart chatter, so I don't need you to ride or die with me. I got ancestors that vibe from the other side with me, and they beam up life after death. We got notice on our eyes, cause the light's a breath. My priceless flesh, the final copy. Look like Anunnaki, black god got big lips and black bra. In the projects, wrist is whipping that black car. Rhymes insane, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black god got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Prior to job lives with jewelers and girls, it's axe knives if I rule the world. Yo, the black god got big lips and black bras. In the projects, rich is whipping that black car. My rhymes the same, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James, that nigga's a black god. And you wonder why we spit lead. Just the whole raps, niggas got big heads like old Max. Way that I'm writing is more than vain. This is the age of enlightenment. The Moors in Spain, now that your honor, I pray to a black vagina. Even the Pope prayed to the black Madonna. In the sun, I shine as bright as I be. I'm the greatest of all time, like Muhammad Ali. And when I die, baptized in the fire, only fly at night, black skies are higher. Prior to job, my lives with jewelers and girls, just axe knives if I rule the world, rubies and pearls. The black god got big lips and black bra. In the projects, wrist is whipping that black car. Rhymes insane, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black god got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Prior to job lives with jewelers and girls, just axe knives if I rule the world. Yo, the black god, from infinite to infinite stars, it's infinite light. My life's got an infinite charge. The instruments I implement to give strength to your heart. The temple within, the imprint, mimic the art. Into the dark, the dragon spark the fathom from a higher consciousness. I talk with atoms, I live in the land, and I live in the stars. Original man, I am the image of God. Call me Tut, I'm Amen. I cut diamonds, so as long as I live, nothing can stop shining. You gon' need to be in the bins to drive me crazy. Live on CNN, hearing cries from Haiti. You know them people down there trying to hide them babies. The black gods, surrounded in light, attract stars. The black gods, surrounded in light, attract stars. The black gods, surrounded in light, attract stars.
I told you, all of my critics, I told you all that I was the greatest of all time. All of you, I know you got it. I know you got it, but the man did something. I'm gonna show you how great I am. I told you, I'm the real champion. I told you, I'm the champion of the world. All of you know, all of my critics, all of you people.
Yo. Yeah. Yo. People say I'm out.
Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell could I be? All this time I've been lost. Vessel trapped in the sea. Chains holding my legs. I just want to be free. Fist pick in my throat. Hell yeah, and they know it. Heritage keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that damn Indian showing. This knowledge keeping me steady. 45 on my hip and my armor man stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. Blunt burn, smell smoke in heaven. Man, here you go, I got plenty. Prayers up for what's in it. In the land I lost many, cause every nigga ain't feeling, and every man ain't milling. No D-bows but Stanley, no heroes for my family. Why the pigs killing us daily? Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck do you come from? Kidnapping our babies. 11 million abortions. Whole country is scorched. Made them stealing my portion. Bitch, give me my land back. We ain't signed no contracts. Why you wasting all of our trust funds? We don't know who your dad is, but we know who your kinfolk. Take the food off of my plate. Eat that shit with my folk. You invader. Motherfucking invader. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, sitting home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey yeah, 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 hey yeah. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. All right, man, let's get into the bill, man. I know you motherfuckers mad as hell at me. 35 minutes worth of music. Peace to the guys, peace to the goddesses, peace to the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the Conjoined Islands. Peace to the Indians as well. Once again, it's your brother Hano Kiel, aka A1, aka Thompson is one. And America is still a Negro continent. So, you know,
me, I really want to do a bill, but I gotta kind of like organize my shit because I done lost a lot of my sources and a lot of very important material. Hopefully, I would get it back because I done sent my disk drive out to a company that says that they can basically, you know, get a lot of information that's stored off of it, right? But I tell you, I ain't gonna lie to you, this shit is real depressing because it's years and years and years and years of work. I do got, you know, some of my files, but until I sit down and download the shit that I had before, you know what I'm saying, I really don't want to do a visual build. I just want to do like an open panel. So I'm gonna drop the link if anybody want to come in. And the brother Trip that I was talking to yesterday, if you in the chat room or you listening, hit the link, man. I want you to come and share your story because you know it was definitely interesting yesterday. But yeah, you know, with everything being said and done, and I'm gonna emphatically always say this: we don't need no Pan-Africans or no House of Consciousness or none of these clowns that be coming around, right? We don't need none of them. We don't need none of their validation. We already know who the fuck we are. We ain't got to prove nothing to no Sinetta, and we ain't got to kiss Sinetta ass if Sinetta don't want to, you know, if he don't want to give the proper, if you don't want to get the proper status of what we do, you know, amongst some of the individuals, we have a team of people. Now, whether they officially a team or not, right? But we definitely have a team of people who are talented at a little bit of everything when it comes to you finding out who you are. We got people who deal with legalese. We got people who deal with civics. The civics and legalese will pretty much be under the same banner, right? Or the same genre, right? But we got people who do genealogy. We got people who do our story, which is my story, which is mystery, not his story, right? We got also people who got boots on the ground that pretty much, you know, that's out there teaching the people and telling the people exactly who they are, such as myself. So whether or not we debate any of these goofies or clowns, you know what I'm saying? To me, Jabari is not a fucking, like, he's a scholar on their terms. But a bad motherfucker like me, who's a scholar on my own terms, see, I ain't been calling none of them out since the last time I done had my little debacle with my computer and my laptop. You know what I'm saying? Not my laptop, but my laptop was working. But the day that I had a conversation with Simon and I was on Simon the TV, we had a power shortage. And I told him that. But nonetheless, though, I definitely don't need no validations from any of them. And the same thing like Dane. Dane don't need no validations from any of them. He doing perfectly fine with any of them, without any of them motherfuckers in his life. He doing perfectly fine. And I'm doing perfectly fine. I don't never have to, besides the little verbal sparring matches or competitions or contentions that you see amongst the Pan-Africans that do come up here, right? Or do be on AP channel, because a lot of times be on AP channel. Like, you niggas know I don't really tolerate that goofy shit. So you come up here, you know, there's a possibility I might definitely, you know, check you and boot you off the platform. Now, I know that's something new from the Aborigines, but my tolerant level is very low. It's very low. And once, like, listen, like I said, I was on Ali Muhammad channel last night, right, for a brief moment, right? Shout out to my brother Truth too, right? And we was building. And like I told Ali Muhammad, look, you got some good information, brother. You actually taught me a lot, but I'm going back and forth from the Moors. I'm going back and forth from the Moors. So whatever I'm learning from Ali Muhammad, my brother Asir, Taj, Yafa, Queen Valera, and the list goes on. Hakeem Bey, Aline Bey, definitely. I don't think I shout out Aline Bey as much as I supposed to, but Aline Bey done taught me a lot. But I taught myself. I'm not just. I'm not. I am a student, but I'm also a teacher when it comes to this information. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. I've been teaching about Indian slavery for over 8 years. Go back and just look at my channel. None of these niggas. I ain't gonna say none of these niggas because everybody got their own point of view when it comes to certain information. I'm not saying Ali Muhammad in particular. I'm just saying just as far as us in this community. Y'all have extensive information on Indian slavery. Extensive. A lot of these sources you seeing that's being presented in front of you today is sources I've been presenting. And like when it comes to this information, you definitely don't need no awards, don't need no you definitely don't need no validation from even anybody in this community because a lot of this information has been already expressed, but just people, we watch and we listen to what we want to listen to. But when it comes to us being in America, all these stories I be hearing, it'd be too many stories I hear from people. And a lot of these stories are based on European education. You know what I'm saying? Ali Muhammad was talking about the Civil War and how white people were slaves. But understand this, right? The story is not what we think it is. Wasn't no Indian slaves here because the Indians were the people owning the slaves. And I can pull out a whole book and show you and go from state to county. These same people supposed to be Indians that's owning these plantations. So as far as Indian slavery having some real effect on who we are as a people, because a lot of times when people say, "Oh, Indian slavery," we automatically put ourselves in them positions. Now, unless you went through the Carter G. Woodson, the both books he got, the free surnames of Negro heads of household, and the families of Negro head of households. He got 2 books on it. And both books is extensive is too many slave owners owning fucking slaves, my dude, for any of these stories to be true. Wasn't no white man coming over here taking over and setting up shop. Wasn't no white people had no fucking control. It's too many fucking slaves, my dude. It's just too, and they are in all of the prominent places where they claim Negroes were slaves, man. Such as South Carolina, such as Virginia, Maryland, Louisiana. These are the places where the quality of Negro slave owners is high. Now, like I said, I have outside of any conventional European education system, I've never seen any books on European slave owners. Never. I've never seen no books on European slave owners. Never. We hear stories, but then we don't even stop and think and say, wait a minute, that same slave owner that they tell us was a Negro. These people ain't had no dominance over here like we think they had. We got 115 people in. I don't know what's up with the algorithm, but fuck it. The show must go on. But share the video out, hit the like button, and if you like to donate, that's up to you. Like at this point in time, you know what I'm saying. But once again, I would just say like these live streams are very imperative to the advancement of Aborigines or Indians, etc. Because there's a lot of information that comes that is tangible to your education or your forward movement when it comes to this information. We know Jabari was scared to debate my brother AP. We do know that. Jabari was scared. He was scared. And Sarnetta was playing games. And I really wanted to see that debate because I wanted to see AP tear this nigga a new asshole when it comes to this information. Now, it's one thing to debate Pan-African information, but it's another thing to stand 10 toes down on what we was doing over here. That's a totally different atmosphere. Even though both of them take a lot of research so you can build your perspective and be able to, you know, at least allow the individuals that's viewing it to have some understanding of what's being presented, right? But when it comes to America, we're proficient when it comes to that. You know, the buildings, the advancements, the ingenuity that our people express, that pretty much the whole world has benefited from. But at the same time, they don't allow your people to take any credibility or get any accolades as a result of the things that we didn't gave to the whole planet. And I know some of this shit might be, I might say some of this stuff a lot, right? When it comes to the inventions is something very imperative to our forward movement. Very imperative. Very, 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 very. And just know your people was not inventing any of these things for white people. See, that comes from research overload. Some people got research overload. They research too much. The research is you're supposed to be able to come up with your own conclusion. And when I say own conclusion, it's a conclusion that's consistent with other conclusions. It's not just some shit that's far-fetched or you came up with this elaborate idea of what happened to us over here. No. We know that our downfall didn't come until after the 1950s. We still had Negro baseball league and these Negro football leagues all the way in the 1950s. We had all of that. All the way up until, I'm going to say the 19, Jackie Robinson, your boy Jackie Robinson, right? Wasn't going to their schools. That's a misnomer. We already then went through Lake Lanier, and we see that somehow a Negro who was freed from slavery went on to own 2,000 acres, plus be able to have the knowledge to have a lumber yard with equipment and machinery, right? Plus have build a fucking school before they flooded the area. And when he built the school, the first individual that he brought in was the talented 10 agent of the Boule, Booker T. Washington. Now, these Negroes were so advanced to just build schools. Like I said, there's no way that a motherfucker who was picking cotton can be so have so much skills and intervention. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no way. There's no way a nigga who was picking cotton can, once you free him, he worked and found some way to, according to them, buy 2,000 acres, which we know this a lie. And see, this is what some of our scholars got to get over, because it's like, just because you read it don't mean it's fucking true. You have to factor that in with what the fuck was going on at that point in time. Is it conceivable, or is it reality to say that, okay, well, we got plenty of Negroes who was free in the 1830s? Why is it that every story they tell you of any of these prominent Negroes, William Ellison, oh, he was a slave, right? He got a manumission, right? But then we got Antoine Dubuque, where they say he was born by a free man, and his family owned slaves, and he went on He went on to be a successful slave owner. Never was a slave, none of this shit, right? So on one hand, we got a Negro who was free, who had way more money than any of the so-called white people that they claim. Like, when you get these rich black people, they didn't live around no fucking white people, nigga. It ain't like you see it now. You come outside, be like, hey, Bob, what's up? Nah, nigga. That's not reality, nigga. Antoine Debunking lived along other so-called Aborigines that was rich or that was well off. He didn't just move in there, moving the white, and they lying, because we see in too many of these fucking areas, brother, we got all Negroes living amongst each other, and all of these people are rich and well off. And like, we already starting to really understand and find out the 13 colonies was ran by niggas. When no white people pulling up owning no fucking land, nigga, they could not own no land. That's why we sent them west. Said, oh, if you can make it west, nigga, then you're good. But to own any land here, it's not going to happen. You understand? So this topic of discussion, I'm also going to probably go over a few things, because I like the architecture shit, man. I love that shit, man. When it comes to the architecture, these buildings, to see how our people was that advanced to be able to do this shit all around the world, not just in America, but we can find these same buildings every fucking where. That takes you way out of any of this primitive mind state that these people had told you. And before I share the link, I'll give you a story, right? Today I was in a sauna, right? Talking to this the Slavic brother. He was a cool older dude, right? And he called me black. So you already know I kind of like flipped the script because he called me black. And I did it in a respectful manner. You know what I'm saying? Because me and him talk, you know what I'm saying? When I see him in the sauna sometime, and he be talking to me, and he an older dude. He like 66 years old. He be telling me about these young girls he be dealing with, right? And he was like, he said something in the regards of me being black. So I told him, oh, I'm not black. My people, Yamasi, Timokoan, Aniyawea, Creek, Hichiti, right? So I told him the tribe. So he didn't understand it because he started to allude to some Asian, like to some Asians or the Mongols that we always talk about. And I told him, nah, brother, over here was two different type of what you call Indians. I'm not even an Indian. I'm an Tanchan. I'm an Aborigine. I mean, my people been here. My people, Indian is a terminology that can be miscrewed. But for the sake of the conversation, I can say I'm an Indian because I know how to express what I really am or what my people really are. We are a Tanchan, period, a Tanchan. That's my terminology that I choose to go with. But if your people was from here from time of existence, then that's what you would be. And I pretty much edified them because I told them it was already black people in America before any slavery or any of this shit. And the fact that my family, I ain't got no slaves in my family. None. They're lying. See what they hope you do is this, right? They hope when you do your genealogy, right, the black people that you do find, because you've been told that black people was born here as slaves, you would automatically denote them as slaves. You won't even sit there and think and say, look at their records and see their property and see, excuse me, what their estate was. You would just assume that these people were slaves because that's what you've been told. That's what you've been fucking told. You've been told your people were slaves. You've been told that all people who look like us come from Africa. That is a fucking lie. That's the biggest lie that historians tell today, such as a nigga like Jabari, right? Who his whole curriculum is cherry picked. YK. The whole African study curriculum is some cherry picked shit, and they put it down and they put it in a syllabus, and they pretty much control your whole reality through African studies, nigga. You came here as a slave, but you should still be somewhat happy. Even though you was a slave, these niggas is happy to be slaves, my dude. I've never seen this shit ever in my life. This is definitely a fucking phenomenon, bro. A person who acquiesced to being a slave, my dude. And they be happy about it. They be optimistic about it. About being a slave. And not to know when you go back. Even you can do genealogy, and shout out to Amani Bay. You could do genealogy just from the Carter G. Woodson book. You could do genealogy just from that. Because when you go through there, you're going to see your last name amongst these black slave owners. And now let's just say, all right, boom. We got all these black slave owners, right? Who living in all the prominent areas. But they telling you, oh, the Seminole War. They lying, man. They lying about all this shit, bro. Because there's still black people who have been in Florida who never left, never went. No, I'm talking about millions. There's more people in Florida today than the numbers they give you for the Seminole War, nigga. There's way more people who's still in Florida today. As a result, I mean, as opposed to what you see on the Seminole War. You talking about a couple of thousand. We talking about millions of people, nigga. We talking about they showing you a couple, the Trail of Tears, 2,000 or 3,000 people. Nigga, what? Do you know what I mean? Do you know how many of our people still reside in them areas or always reside in them areas? Why wasn't they sent out? If the Seminole War did all this, that, and the third, why wasn't Aborigines that lived there in Florida at that same time? Why didn't they kick them out? Or why didn't they leave and join the Sim? Because they lying about all this shit. A lot of these fucking wars, they lying about, bro. They trying to shake up the whole historical. They trying to shake up the whole historical system when it comes to Native American history or Black Indian history. And once again, I emphatically say, right, the only reason you niggas are Indians according to them is because you mix with some Mongol. Other than that, your phenotype, you will still be African, bro. These people still think you Africans, man. Still think you Africans. I mean, is that right and exact? Do you understand what I'm saying? Even though we know who we are. We cool. We know who we are. But bioptically, like I just told you, the individual that I was speaking to earlier thought I was a fucking freaking African or black or Negro or colored. And that was the time, that was the moment of clarity. That wasn't the time for me to laugh it off like, yeah. No, nigga. I have a right to self-identify and not self-identify from some inorganic mind state, right? But from the organic mind state as being a tanchan, nigga, one sprung from the freaking soil, nigga. Stand on your fucking square, nigga. 10 toes down. Don't let them classify you or look at you. Nah, nigga, you tell them exactly who you are. Because knowledge is a motherfucker, yo. I was getting a tire today, right? So I was talking to a dread. Man, who was kicking it. You know what I'm saying? And, talking about a real roster. Like he was getting a tire. He was getting something done to his car or whatever. man who was kicking it. And I was like, yo, let me ask you a question, man. Is the Arawaks Negro? He was like, yeah, they the Morons. So I said, they Moors. So he was like, well, no, they're not. I said, the Morons. Like, even amongst the other Caribbean islands, they call you Morenos. Americano Morenos. And it ain't got nothing to do with no Europe. Why is people in America? You know, that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm gonna drop the link. We've been rocking out for 102. Well, I'm sorry, for 1 hour and 2 minutes, with the exception that I probably played like 30 minutes worth of music and shit, right? But I'm gonna drop the link because I got a couple videos I'm probably gonna share as well. So if anybody wanna come in and build, you've seen the build last night with Ali Muhammad, then you can elaborate on that as well. But yeah, man, a lot of this shit, man, we got the tools to where, like I said, AP got the tools to where he had Jabari ripping and running, bro. From all of this sparring, all of this studies of the structures, the anthropology, the archaeology, all of this shit. Hold on 1 second. All right, so look, see, and I'm telling you, like, I know y'all like, and a lot of people is doubting AP. Even some of our own people, you know what I'm saying? They doubting him. Because Jabari is real cunning and crafty when it comes to how he changed the subject on the subject matter, how he changed it and convoluted and make it so vague and ubiquitous to where now you're gonna start arguing his point. Nah, you stay on point. Stay on point. You ain't got argue. We ain't got argue nothing dealing with Africa, brother, because they already know they can't go back that far. They're gonna give you these fairy tales and fantasies. Oh, this empire, and I'm not even understand what I'm trying to say, right? This is what I'm telling you, right? Even when you get into African studies, they break it down in sections. You got North Africa, then you got Sub-Saharan Africa, which is West Africa, and then you got South Africa. You understand what I'm saying? But in comparison to the originator, which is the America, and I know a lot of people don't concur with that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. America is the old world. America is the old world. And a lot of brothers and sisters that reside in Africa came from here. There's too many sources that indicates that pretty much sums it up that, yeah, these people came from here, brother. They came from the Amaru. So, like, even when we get into a lot of this history, brother, like, look, I believe, like I said, maybe I'm naive, but I believe my brother AP would have took Jabari out in very deep waters. Shit that he wouldn't be able to explain it because he has no knowledge of it. See, it's different when you're debating something that you never heard of before, and you use conjecture to try to pretty much try to debate it, or to say that, all right, well, this is not real. Like, you know, every source we pull up, there's an opportunity for these niggas to try to go and try to this person used to chew fucking tobacco. Oh, this person used to, like, they always use slander to try to like cancel the have like the source to seem irrelevant or seem like, oh, this person was out of his mind when he wrote this. Like they try to do with James Churchward. They try to say James Churchward was out of his mind because they used that to slander him and use propaganda to make people not even take the book seriously. I read both books, The Children of Mu, Symbol of Mu, and The Queen of Mu. I read both of them, and they both got fucking sources in which people use today. The person who decoded the Mayan calendar, or the Mayan calendar, the Mayan number system, as well as the Mayan Nahuatl or certain forms of Nahuatl, right? The same individual, Michael, I believe his name is Michael Coe. If it's not Michael Coe, it's something else. I might be wrong with that. But that's the same person that Churchward sourced up in his book. He got mad sources in that book. Mad sources. And there's too many intelligent individuals who are sourcing or who are referencing these so-called timelines. Too many. It ain't just no nigga who just start doing research, who just don't want to believe, something. And that's what you get a lot of times. A lot of times you get people who got contention just because what you saying doesn't line up to what they believe in. And if what you saying is true, then that means their whole belief system is flawed. So I put the link in there, man. If y'all want to come on and do a bill, because I got some stuff I need to look for, but the link is definitely in the chat room. Some of these debates are informative, but then some of the debates ain't nothing but a shit show and an opportunity to where you try to clown somebody else, or you try to make it seem like, oh, exactly. But yeah, a lot of the debates are shit shows. They just trying to like discredit the person who coming up with the source. They try to discredit that individual, and therefore the people who viewing it, unless they curious, right? But if they are indoctrinated and they are people who worship other third dimensional beings, then they ain't never going to research it, because automatically right there, just from what this clown said, oh, that's not scholarly or whatever. Listen, put it like this, right? All research is based on fucking sources, nigga, and the credibility of the fucking source, nigga. So Jabari can't come in there with this eugenics source-based material that he's indoctrinated. He can't go outside of that. He's not a free thinker. We are free thinkers over here. We could think as long as it's in line and it's in the guides of the information and the material that we reading, then it's all credible. And that's the thing. Like, a nigga, like a lot of these niggas and these Pan-Africans, you can tell them, like, look, do you think European history is real? Do you, even their history on us, do you think they telling you the truth about what happened to us? And most of them will tell you no. But then at the same token, right, they'll regurgitate some shit they hear. They'll tell you Lincoln freed the slaves, right? Lincoln freed the slaves, Emancipation Proclamation, right? They'll tell you Lincoln freed the slaves, right? But then we see too many niggas free before the Emancipation. 40 years before the Emancipation Proclamation, we see people free. Now, you think about it. If we finding all these free Negroes in 1830, right? How long you think they was doing that? You think they was doing that for 30 years? Or for these people was probably doing this shit the whole time that fake ass storyline that they got people paying money to go to fucking school to learn African studies. And they won't even consider the research. Oh, I did my DNA. Oh, so you believe these German and these Jewish DNA companies, right? You believe it, right? Oh, they don't have enough of our samples to where it tests with us or whatever. They testing you against other random black people, which they know that you're going to be compatible with them any fucking way. They can test you with Jackie Chain, nigga, and you will still be compatible with him. You will still have genetic similarities to him. And then they say, oh, well, we all go back to one original ancestors. Well, try this, right? We go back to one original ancestors. We took our DNA and spiced it with some other type of fucking chimpanzee or hominid, or not even hominid. The primate with our DNA creates the hominid. Them hominids are like, how do I want to say, the defects. You know how like you create, like how motherfuckers, when you create something, you have defects. The hominid is the defects in the genetic similarity. That's why you find, in a genetic experiment, that's why you finding them everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but you find them in isolated places, right? The hominid is something that was spiced with our DNA. These other individuals that you see, from the studies and research that I've seen, that they was spiced from some type of primate. Straight up, they were spiced from some type of primate. And I know a lot of people don't want to talk about this shit, but it's the truth. If black people was in China, or I'm sorry, not China, but in Asia, all the way from what we call North Asia to South Asia, and the islands and shit out there, right? If they was in Australia, America, Africa, but you have stories about West Africa is not as old as they telling us it is. North Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, all through what we call Europe, right? All these places was inhabited by niggas. So where the fuck did these other people come from? Somebody please explain to me. They get popped up out the ground, right? No. We find all these people in America. We find East Indians in America. We find Asians in America. We find Europeans in America, right? We find all these people in America. They just somehow popped up, or they invaded or whatever. Like, how did that invasion go? Was they successful? Absolutely not. Because we see them people being, either they was captured, or this is when we created them. When they got the little diaper type thing on. I ain't got access to my photos, so I can't really show y'all right at this point in time, but you guys already have seen it. But when it come to our history, like I said, our history is something that's being controlled by individuals who damn sure don't want you to know who you are. You think they want you to know that we had a disability? We had disability over 3,000 years ago. Social Security, a constitution. We had herbal planning. We had all sorts of shit, man. Then we had dentistry, hospitals, schools, etc. None of this shit that we being presented is new. And see, that's the thing. That's the edge that we got. That's why I know, like I said, even with the debate conversation, I know AP ripped Jabari a fucking new asshole, because he don't know about this shit that we're talking about. He don't know. He don't know about the American Indian. He don't know about none of this shit. And a lot of this stuff has very imperative studies. The sources is actual factual. They're qualitative and quantitative. They're from actual people who conducted studies and then found a lot of these cultures already in America for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So if we invented all of this, then what time did anybody, or what inventions did anybody else invent? Because I don't see none. What inventions did anybody else invent? If we invented the car, the train, the fucking refrigerator, air conditioner, the fucking scaffold, the fucking elevator, the helicopter, motorcycle, the boot, shoes. If we invented all this, then what the fuck did anybody else contribute to anything? Can anybody please tell me? Somebody in the chat room, please tell me. Please tell me an invention that you got in your house. I'm not saying like even VCRs and all that shit was invented by people. Video games, everything. So tell me something of necessity that was invented from any of these people. Because I've been looking. I haven't ran across any information. I see stuff that was added on. I see like, you know, we made the prototype and the only thing people did was just they just added on to the already, you know what I'm saying, invention that was already there. So we invented the idea. And the only thing they did was add on to the idea in most places. So I mean in most conversations rather, right? So we invented the car. Okay, so we went from a probably a 2-cylinder, 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder, 12-cylinder, right? Etc. The motorcycle, the helicopter, all this shit that we invented, and we don't get no credibility from doing these. This is not no Indian shit. This is some next level God type shit. And even like I said, even I know AP and Ab, they've been playing videos on the buildings lately. When you look at these buildings, it's like, yo, holy cow, like how the fuck did somebody construct this shit? This is definitely amazing. Definitely amazing. So, matter of fact, you know what? Let me see something. Let me see if I can find a bill from last night. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Let me try to find it. Okay, here you go, right here. So we can get into some of this conversation. I'm gonna share my screen and we can get into it.
Million recorded white slaves. They rarely talk about it because they understand victimization psychology amongst the leadership amongst them, and they don't want to press a psychology on their people that is defeatist. All kinds of things happen in the past. Region, it doesn't matter. Then you have share that website so y'all could see it, so y'all know who to do business with when you're here. All right. So let's say you're interested in getting a genealogy report done. You would go here. These are our credentialed genealogists. These are people who have been educated, certified, trained to do lineage checks, genealogy searches, searches that might pertain to land if there is land found from one of your ancestors and it's in some type of, issue with the courts or whatever it may be, these people are aware of what you should be doing. All right. And here we have a client contract that they fill out or you fill out, where we have automated access, which means if one genealogist can't do it, we have information going to a database so that another person can pick up very quickly. Okay. Then we go over to our jurors page. These are all of our credentialed jurors. If they're not on this list, they're not credentialed yet. So you can choose any jurors from any region. It doesn't matter. Then you have a list of the service fees that they are supposed to stay within. So if a jurist is overcharging you or not following their protocols, then we can handle them as well. But these are the credentialed jurors. If you're out here doing business with other people, we cannot be held accountable for that particular thing. All right. We also have our ARNA National Juror Society website. I'll go to the NJS website so you can become aware of that. That is our official court system. And let's go here. Share those guys' page. All right. This is the Armed Juror Society page. If you have questions for anything pertaining to a court matter as a national, you can go to this page, and one of the jurists who are here will help you. Got all the contacts, everything. Every time they have meetings, those meetings are posted, and so you can get into contact with anybody you need here to handle whatever you need to handle. All right. Contact lines, office hours, all of that is here. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So now our subject matter tonight. Oh my, we're about to have some fun. All right. And what type of fun are we going to have? We're about to talk about this. We're about to talk about the slave trade. All right. We do have a book on this. This is the ebook. We have physical copies as well. And this book is discussing this particular subject. This is my first dissertation. Well, actually, my second one, but with a focus here to highlight good, credible sources on the subject matter so that you can access that information and then use it for your research. Why is this important? If you don't know the past, you do not know what is about to happen in the future. And so our people continue to make mistakes politically inside of the United States because they don't understand how we got to this particular point. And you will make better decisions if you had better awareness of the past. This has become a highly controversial subject amongst indigenous populations in the United States of America, Pan-Africanists, and now it's just become a global conversation. We have people who come on our channels from all over, from the UK, from Africa, everywhere, and we're talking about the subject and we're trying to make sense out of it. We're trying to make sense of how to properly read the slave voyages website. Were they actually white slaves, or were they only indentured servants? How many Africans actually were brought here? What about all the indigenous people who were here and the slavery that pertains to them? And we have the circular conversation.
And I say this, right? Even when it comes to, I don't believe no Africans came here, because we all thought we was Africans at one point in time. So the only people I believe, if any people from North Africa came here, there was people who was captured, or the conquistadors, who we assume are Africans, but these people are from Europe. They're not even from fucking Africa. And you know, my experience with slaveboy.org, right? You go, they done been changing the numbers over the last, I want to say about 7, 8 years. They definitely updated and changed the numbers when it comes to like the voyages, the embarkations. No, the disembarkations, right? The embarkations is the ones that was getting on the ship. The disembarkation regions are where they dropped them off at, or where they claimed they dropped them off at, right? Even when you doing that study, you have to know the population of America to even to even apply that study. If you don't know the population of America, then you still are assuming, because you have to know what was the population of Aborigines in America. How many people was here? Or according to the experts, how many people do they say was here? And according to Peter Dobbins, he says that from Canada all the way down through the Caribbean and in South America, there was 112 million people. And predominantly in North America, right? The Southeast coast had 35 million people alone. The Southeast coast, all the way down to Florida, and from Florida all the way through Texas and the Yucatan. They saying it was a total of 50 million people here. So even if they tell you, according to the more older reports and what they had, like if you do the vast regions, they tell you 112 million people was embarked, 10 million people was disembarked, right? Then they show you the different areas of where they was disembarked at, right? They're going to show you the Caribbean. They're going to show you Central America. They're going to show you North America. When it comes to North America, they say it was 200,062 people disembarked between the mainlands of North America, right? Now, the problem is with that is when we see the first slaves being bought in 1619, these people wasn't even fucking slaves. These people was fucking some type of apprentices or something. And they had family members on this landmass. That's why they was rewarded so heavily. That's why Anthony Johnson got a 250-acre plantation. What made Anthony Johnson more special than any of the other people that was on that fucking boat, of the 19 slaves? But wait a minute. We forgetting about the 1618 story where it was 300,000 Slavics brought to Virginia. And these people wasn't brought there by other Slavics. So a lot of people need to fact check a lot of these stories that's being spread amongst our people. The Europeans bought 300,000 Slavics here. They brought them here and they just set up shop, and what was we doing? We was working for them. What the fuck was we doing while these people was coming here setting up shop? They lying. We wasn't running around here with no motherfucking deer skin over. That's some thousands, fucking tens of thousand years ago type shit. That ain't no recent shit. They tell you the story. They show you these images of people. Anthony Johnson, who was supposed to be a fucking slave, right? We know white people wasn't running these plantations. And if Anthony Johnson came on any of these plantations, it was niggas running it, right? The Powhatans was running around in fucking suits and ties in the 16 to 1500s, bro. They weren't running around here with no war bonnets or running around here with no motherfucking deer skin around their nuts or whatever you want to say, whatever appropriate fashion we had. We was running around here with suits on. Women had dresses on. They wasn't running around here with no motherfucking feathers and shit covering their ass. That's all some primitive shit, and that's all from the view and the historical narrative that when they got here, people was primitive. They didn't get here and do nothing. They got here and worked on these plantations, nigga. While your grandmother was being fanned, somebody was fanning your grandmother. Your grandmother ain't even had to lift her arm up to fan herself, nigga. But because they show us these images and these drawings, we assume this is how our people was living. We weren't running around here, no fuck, man. We had guns, cannons, swords. And in some cases, if we need to pull out the bow and arrow, we had that too. But that's some ancient shit. See, these people whole premise is when they got to America, the Indians did not know what to do with the land. Therefore, they took the land over. If that story is not true, then they are fucking, I don't even want to get all into it. You already know. But from their own reports and studies, they tell you the people in the Southeast was technological, more civilized than the whole rest of the world. And the only place they compare to what they found in North America is over there in North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula. That's the only places where they compare what they found over here to over there. And even a vast number of pyramids and all the other structures, that's some other shit right there. We talking about the more recent finds. We talking about our people living in brownstones, nigga. In the 1600s, nigga. Brownstones, nigga. Them brownstones in Brooklyn wasn't made. Them shits are ancient, bro. Indigo, what's the word, bro? Peace of God. Think you're on mute, bro. You gotta unmute yourself. All right, to the brother, get it together. Like I was saying, okay. Ain't no white people pull up here, take over your land. The white people took your land from the interior. They took their land after they got freed in 1865. After they got free in 1865, then they started to form these militia groups, and these militia groups would run into your town 3-4 o'clock in the morning. And Cypher U, they got, you already know, bro. They got brownstones in Chicago. They got brownstones in Philadelphia. They got brownstones in Maryland, fucking Virginia, fucking they got brownstones in a lot of these fucking cities, man. And they all are constructed and all has the original architecture of what our people was doing. That's why they still standing. You don't never see none of them shits falling in New York or any of these other places, bro. You don't never see them shits. Them shits is stand the test of time, bro. Can't no type of catastrophic event. Well, I ain't gonna say none besides like what we see, the mud floods and all that type of shit. But when it comes down to what our people built, Money Grip, our people built some extraordinary architecture, brother. And these people talk about this shit and see what it is that, when people cross-reference this shit, they use these names that these people use, these terms, and these terms is connotative to the point to where it captivates you and you think it's these people coming from over there. I'm gonna play some more of the video though, but like I said, man, my brother AP would definitely destroy Jabari. And like I said, I would debate Jabari. I would debate that nigga on any of this shit. You want to debate on the origin of civilization, nigga? You don't like. I would debate just to fucking make a fucking spectacle of him. To make a spectacle of him, because you can't. A lot of our people, when you start really reciting a lot of this information, it start to resonate in them. And they start to see the difference from somebody who's trying to keep them in a spell and somebody who's trying to liberate them and trying to free them. Like we said, we just trying to be free, bro. We did all this debating shit. This is just some extra curriculum activity, nigga. This is not the basis of any of this shit. We just doing this just for the hell of it. We doing this to captivate some of the individuals who may be Pan-Africans and who gonna wake the fuck up one day and say, you know what? These niggas been lying to us. Jabari's a fucking clown. He's a fucking clown. Talking about niggas trying to get free, and here it is, you from fucking Barbados, nigga, and you snooping yo immigrant tether ass in our fucking business. And this is the fucking problem that we got. We don't go to Barbados or go to no other place telling people where they from. We don't do that. But for some reason, it's like you know, it's so imperative of them to keep us in this same West African slave plantation emancipation proclamation mind state, brother. When we see it's too many free black people here, brother, why wasn't white supremacy running down on them, killing them, and why did white supremacy ever let them even own a plantation? Why? I thought what we seen in Jim Crow is what these people was doing from 1619, and then even after because listen, think of it like this, right? They saying the only reason why you see what's going on in Jim Crow is because Lincoln freed the slaves. No, Lincoln freed them people. They're slaves. Our people were never no fucking slaves, but there's still people who buy into that. And like I said, a lot of this shit we talk about over here is proficient, man. We done took it next level when it comes to this information. We got all types of brothers and sisters who do all types of research. You know what I'm saying? Who do all types of research. And we already know Sloughs was the people who was free. And Ali Muhammad gonna say it. You know, and like I said, I definitely told him, like, yo, we got to get together, brother, because it's we have a lot of different perceptions or perspectives over here, right? And we would like to at least be able to verbalize them, so that therefore, if anybody who do resonate with it, this may be some, you know, something that you can attach to your history as well. So I'm gonna play a little bit. I'm gonna play some more of the video. But peace to guys, peace to guys. So I'm gonna drop the link again as well.
Conversation that's going on. And so what we're here to say today is, yes, there were Africans who were enslaved. Yes, there were ancestors on this side of the continent that were enslaved. Yes, there were white slaves that weren't indentured servants, they were slaves. And if you don't know this history, you need to know it. Now, a part of the issue is, from my standpoint, that I want to project to the populace, is our people need to get out of victimization stage. Victimization and entitlement lead to defeat every time. It's a circle. Victimization, entitlement, defeat. Victimization, entitlement, defeat. And so that victimization is so profound that it has become a self-inflicted social engineering engine. You will never hear the preponderance of white people talking about their historical slavery on this land, in the Caribbean, or in Africa, where they had over 1.5 million recorded white slaves. They rarely talk about it because they understand victimization psychology amongst the leadership amongst them, and they don't want to press a psychology on their people that is defeatist. All kinds of things happen in the past. Things have happened in your personal past as a personal human being. You might have had a bad relationship. Are you going to take that bad relationship and amplify it and make it the lens by which you enter relationships? No, you're not. That's not intelligent. And so we need to be intelligent about this so that we can approach this in the right way. This is just me sharing my, but you get a chance to share your opinions as well. Hit the like button, share this video, because we're about to let people on this panel and we want to hear what they have to say. But we're going to say a few things before they get up here, just to lay the tone to say, listen, don't come up here not understanding the subject matter. It's the past and the present. Are you a slave right now? What would constitute a slave in this time period? Psychologically, contractually, what would constitute a slave? If you were not allowed to have citizenship in mass in 1791 when the Constitution was ratified, and it was primarily for free white males, not even women, what happened with the 14th Amendment? Because we can read very clearly in the Constitution, in Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. I got this on cap. I don't even have to look this stuff up. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 uses the word free persons for those folk. In 1868, when they got to saying, okay, everybody who don't know themselves, we're going to let y'all in on this too, and y'all can be citizens too. They took free out and added subject in. Why did they do that? Why didn't they call you a free person just like they called the initial citizens? What is the legal definition of free? And how does that pertain to how you are treated in the legal system today? Why are you having so many problems with politics, the psychology of politics, the activity of, why are you having so many problems with these things? If you're on IG, you won't be able to see the slides that I'm going to show. So, you have to go to Aboriginal Global Media in order to see these things. Yeah. So let me share a few things with you. First, I want to share some books. I'm going to big up my folks. This is my brother, Issa Almeti. He wrote this dissertation. He's a jurist in honor. And this is an excellent book to understand the indigenous and the United States interface and the law. Excellent. He has 2 volumes of this. All right. So I believe, Issa, you have this on Amazon if you're in the crowd or if you're watching. Otherwise, I would drop your website link. But I believe this is on Amazon, so you can get this. This is one of our honor jurists who wrote this particular book on the history of slavery. All right. Another book, White Cargo, The Forgotten History of Britain's White Slaves in America. This is an excellent book for you to study. Study the sources. Gather the data. When they were leaving Bristol, Plymouth, and London, who was on those ships? Why do we have this whole argument over whether the Irish were slaves in the Caribbean? It's a big thing, all right? So that's an excellent book on the subject. Medieval Africa. Excellent book to talk about the intercourse between the various Europeans and Africa and the African leadership in West Africa and what type of interactions were going on there. All right. The Atlantic Slave Trade, a census. Excellent sources. I don't think this is an excellent book, though. And I hope if the author sees me say that, I'll point out exactly my reasons why, which is also why I think that most people do not know how to read the Slave Voyages website. which I'm going to go over tonight. So another book, great sources. Here's another great book. The Aboriginal Races of North America. All right. See if we can get that up there. Bow. Bow. I forgot about IG. I'll be showing y'all the books. Let me show y'all some of these older books that I had so y'all can get it up there. Bam. Oh, you know, IG need to come over here on YouTube anyway. White Cargo. All right, so yeah, this is an excellent book on the history of the tribes in North America. All right, even to the point where wherever your family was centered at, you can get rare names of the tribes. All right, that you probably never even heard of before. And then when you go back to your locale where you grew up at and where your family grew up at, I want you to look at the street names, the rivers, and these names, and then understand what you're looking at. Okay? This is an excellent book. All right. Lots and lots of history in this book that will teach you some things. For instance, I learned the first indigenous Black woman who was captured and got away in, I believe the year was 1528. And it's relegated to the expeditions of Hernan de Soto. As a matter of fact, that event happened right in Augusta, Georgia, which is.
And look, as far as De Soto, like from the research, I said De Soto was a nigga. He was an American. He was a fucking conquistador. They got De Soto looking like he's some white dude, or looking like he one of them Spanish people today. The Spanish people of back then was niggas. There wasn't no fucking these people that's running around here claiming they Spanish today or from Spain. The people who inhabit that land was niggas. None of them people had authorization to just come through the Pillars of Hercules and come to North or come to the West like that. You had to have permission to come over here. And even when the Romans took over, after they pushed that, after that war happened in Andalusia, right? They still couldn't come over here. Because that's when you get into the pirates. The pirates that was inhabited in the Atlantic Ocean around the Iberian Peninsula and the Pillars of Hercules. They wouldn't let nobody come through there. And everybody that came through there, they was captured. So they lying about a lot of this shit, bro. They lying about a lot of this shit. The few people who was able to come over here, they came over here posing as if they was our descendants or people who left from America and went over there. And they came back with a different agenda, which was Christianity. And this is when you get into the doctrine. The doctrine of discovery didn't just hit us like we think it did. That shit took all the way up to the 1950s. The last agent of the doctrine of discovery was Michael Luther King. And there was many of them before then. But Michael Luther King had some type of balance to where at the end of the day, he felt some type of empathy and sympathy for his people, and he wouldn't continue with his mission. So let's get back into it.
It's only 2 hours away from where I am right now. And when you're driving out I-20, you drive right through Augusta to go to Columbia. And Augusta at that time was called Kofa Chikwi. Kofa Chikwi, and that whole city was a city of Black people who had a queen or a matriarch that was the ruler. That was the first time Europeans came into the American soil and found a woman leader. She took care of the Spanish. They asked her to escort her to accompanying city. All right. Clarksville, Georgia, which is called Shuela at the time. And going into that particular city, they wanted her to go to another place and she didn't want to go, so they kidnapped her. Hernan de Soto kidnapped her. She ended up escaping, and this is directly from the records of Hernan de Soto himself and the people who were scribes around him, talking about.
And I'll tell you like this, right? That narrative fit into the primitive narrative. A lot of these stories where they telling us are stories, remix singles that they just rewritten. These are not ancient stories, brother. Like, even when you get into it, they just wasn't just no Indian wandering, no woman wandering without having a warrior class around them. They make it think like, the Spanish just came here, was just going up and down. We had fucking ports and forts, man. Wasn't just nobody coming into our territory like that, man. And the more you research and the more you study, you see this. Why is it all these forts? All these forts that these people claim they took over in 1811 and throughout 1811, right? Fort Jackson, this fort, Fort Negro, these are all forts that was ran by our people. So just want to know, De Soto would have got hit. De Soto would have got murdered, bro. He wouldn't been able to have access to just come and just travel freely like that. We had lighthouses. We had forts on the mouth of every goddamn river, and every river connected to a different location or area in North America. So just wasn't nobody just pulling up like, oh shit, let's go over there today. Nigga would have got murdered, bro. Like, that fits into the narrative of them making us primitive and we ain't had no businesses or trades or anything popping over here in America. Yo, hit that like button, man. Share the build out, man. And if you like to donate, the Cash App is at the bottom. Like I said, we going there, man. Let's continue. Let's keep it moving.
About this black woman getting away from him. In 1528, that was the first black woman we have on record, tribe, affiliation, name that we know. There were a few before that. When you go to the expeditions that they're labeling under Amerigo's Vespucci, there were other people who were the chief navigators, and they were taking slaves. They never mentioned their names, though. All right. I think I have that book here somewhere, too. I don't. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's right. All right. So this is an excellent book right here. The Letters of Amerigo's Vespucci and Other Documents Illustrative of His Career. So there's contention in here talking about his real name, and he never led the expeditions, which is true. But suffice it to say, he was still on those ships. And they talk about in 1499, they were in Haiti.
And once again, shout out to Dr. Ali Muhammad, man. I learned a lot of shit from the brother, very intelligent. But even when you get into Amerigo, Alberico, his name was Alberico. He adapted the name Amerigo when he came into the Ameriquay regions, mountains of Nicaragua, or what we call Guyana today. That's when he took that name. And like you said, a lot of people say he never came here. Because like I said, we had a mighty fucking empire, bro. We ain't had this wasn't no lightweight jam. This wasn't no amateur night type shit. We had a heavyweight empire that terrorized the fucking world, bro. Our empire, the Amaru Empire, terrorized the fucking world, bro. That's why it took them so long to be able to get us under the doctrine of discovery. And see, a lot of people think, oh, they just came and nigga, they ran so many different plays on us that we didn't fall for. So many different plays that we didn't fall for. We didn't even fall for the deeds like that. A lot of people, they acquiesced their land due to the fact that they kept on getting terrorized. And see, they don't never want these stories of how they terrorize and what their claim to fame is, because they know that it's foul, it's some degeneracy, And it's basically for self-preservation because they could not own nothing. So why not rent? Since you niggas ain't gonna let us own nothing, and we slaves, and some of us are actually descendants of y'all, right? This is the mind state of these people. The slaves that got free, a lot of them mulattoes had Aboriginal fathers. That's why they felt some sort of entitlement. Because we seen a lot of the other people get free and the man you're missing from their father. It's like today, right? A nigga sleep with a woman and he don't like her. But then again, I don't know. It's some foul niggas out there like that, right? Sleep with a woman that he don't like. He don't even claim a child. And that's what a lot of these slave owners was doing. These Negro slave owners were sleeping with these Slavic people. They weren't claiming their children. The ones that did claim them, they are manumitting them. Now, like I said, the complexion, this is why we came up with all of these different classifications, mulatto, quadro. We the ones came up with that shit, nigga. They didn't come up with that. We was the ones that came up with that. And I know that's kind of hard to understand or kind of hard to grasp, but that's the reality to it, nigga. No white people had no dominion over here until they didn't have no dominion over here until, like I said, the 19s, like after the European conference, when World War I, World War II, and all this other shit came to play, bro. You have to really understand the history, brother, and what's going on. And a lot of this shit we always put emphasis on it is eugenics is based. These eugenics are the ones, and when you hear how Ali Muhammad is pretty much clarifying or paraphrasing, his presentation, right? You gonna hear him say, like he just said not too long ago, right? That they don't want their history coming out because it makes them look inferior. You understand what I'm saying? We know what eugenics is. Eugenics is a base to make one person superior and one person inferior. Simple and fucking plain. If you haven't got the memo, then you need to go back and check the bills that I've done on the eugenics. As far as the origin of white supremacy, go ahead and purchase that if you like to. But if not, let's keep it rocking up.
And they took the first 200 slaves from Haiti back to Cadiz. There were no Africans being enslaved at this time. So when we say the slave trade in reverse, excuse me, when I say it.
And I say like this, if they lying about some parts of it, they lying about all of it. If they saying that Michael Hoffman clearly states, and I believe him, because there's other records that basically that basically confirms what the fuck he's saying. There's other records, like he showed white cargo, white cargo, the white slaves in Barbary Nation. You got free Negro slave owners, free Negroes, white slave owners, right? You got colonial white slaves. It's so many fucking books, my dude. And a lot of them books was written after 1980, bro. Them books wasn't written back then. So they taking, what they doing is they looking at it from a perspective to where they still practicing eugenics, bro. By making it seem like this is just this is non-benevolent, that all of these white people were slaves, and they're not really giving you the real backlash. The real backlog of the story. They giving it. They say, "Oh yeah, some of these people, they did this, and it was white people bringing them over." No, it wasn't no white people transversing the Atlantic, nigga. They would be captured and put into slavery, nigga. If that was even true. They had no dominion or no authority at that point in time. They couldn't make no suggestions they couldn't make no suggestions. They had no power. They was being transported. The story that they tell you is a story what was happening to them. We had our own banks, which a lot of the outlaws, such as the James brothers that became, y'all know who, go to the origin of white supremacy, and a lot of these other Slavics that became a lot of these prominent, put in a lot of these prominent positions, and became billionaires as a result of, you know, some of the things that they was able to steal and claim from us. So understand that they can write as many books as they want, but we know we don't trust the European history. Number one, we coming into all this shit like that. We coming into it with our eyes wide open, right? We don't trust none of the European history. European been lying from day one, right? We already know, right? The European been lying from day one. We already know. We didn't call them too many lies. We didn't see too many inconsistencies. And at this point in time, we'd rather just say, we done gave y'all a chance, man. Your history is full of shit. We really don't believe it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just do my own studies from here on out. But thanks anyway. Good try, right? And in some cases, they succeeded. Because some of you niggas still believe European history, brother, and never be able to say, well, wait a minute. Like I said, one of the most phenomenal thing that I've ran across was that Negro slave owner book. Because it doesn't fit the narrative. White people brought you here in 1619. They oppressed you. They whipped you. They did all of this old savage shit to you, right? And then Lincoln freed you in 1865. But then when we play it back, oh shit, the first people you brought here in 1619, one of them was running around here with a suit, a three-piece suit on, a tie, and he owned white slaves, and he had a 250-acre plantation. That don't sound like what you niggas been teaching us, bro. So once you start finding inconsistencies in a story like that, now you gotta say, well, wait a minute, bro. Oh, Indian slavery? Really? And like I said, even when you go back and look in the black slave owner book, we don't know how long these niggas been owning slaves. It's too many of them. They living in too many fucking states and too many different counties within the states, bro. If white people hated you, you wouldn't be living in, because we can go back and trace a lot of these counties and a lot of these states where white people claim that they was residing there. But kind of find out, how the fuck is you residing next to a bunch of Negroes who are wealthy? It doesn't add up. Once you find that out, then you say, well, wait a minute, bro. Y'all making drawings, Carter G. Woodson, not Carter G. Woodson, the Brown University studies showing these same primitive people. And then some of these pictures that they showing you is like, oh, this from the 70s. This almost close to the 1800s. So close to the 1800s, niggas still running around here with fucking deer skin on, running around chasing deers. They lying, bro. They stole all this technology came from us, brother. The people who they claim was doing that are the people out in the West, man. And when I say the West, I'm saying more of the Northwest. In the places that we didn't occupy, in the places where there no vegetation even grew. And that's in small pockets, even dealing with that. So like when you look back, all these stories that you read from these Europeans and their perspective, some of it has a lot of truth, some truth to it. But you got to cross-reference them truths. You just can't take, we read these books and we see Europeans running around here. We know our people was running around here with top hats on, man. We weren't running around here with no motherfucking war bonnets on and shit. That's some primitive, that's to make the people here primitive to fit the narrative that we took this land from these people because they didn't know what to do with it. So therefore we used it. That's when you look up any of this European history, brother, and it's dealing with the Americas, this is the fucking thesis to the story, nigga. There's no other thesis. But then when you hear the other Europeans, they like, wait a minute, bro. You had two different type of Indians in America. You had the ones that was in northeast, southeast area through the Yakutan and the conjoining islands, and these people was highly technological advanced. We got all of our science from them.
I gotta reference that because no disrespect, but disrespect sometimes gets disrespect. When Dane Calloway stole that concept from me and started perpetuating it, it was because I had researched and found out that all these thousands of slaves were being taken by the Portuguese and the Spanish back to Europe and back to Africa. And so I started publishing things on that. And this particular book talks about those slaves from the Caribbean islands who were being taken back to Europe. Some other rare books. This is by Sylviane Diouf. One of the reasons why I recommend this book, because it will give you a context of West African beefs, if you want to talk about it like that. Okay. And there were, we have this kumbaya feeling when it comes to people who look alike. Like we say, all kinfolk, skinfolk ain't kinfolk. Yeah, it's true. But the preponderance of the slaves during the transatlantic slave trade were Moors and Muslims. She talks about this in this book, Sylviane Diouf. She's from Senegal. Excellent scholar. All right. And you have to understand that in the context of the wars that were taking place between the Oyo and other kingdoms and these West African kingdoms that were Moorish and Muslim. We're using those words, you know, in jest in general, because these were also tribes. All right. When you go to Futo Jalin and other places. But it's an excellent book on that history, and you should get that book. Africans and Native Americans by Jack Forbes. Excellent book. Gives you excellent, a lot of these books give you excellent sources. So you can go back because they study from sources, and you can peruse those original sources and find out a lot of information that makes this discussion that we're having tonight clear.
And see, like when I use Jack Forbes' book, African and Native Americans, I just use that to pretty much enforce the fact that Lucia was found there 12, 13,000 years ago. So the fact that when these people claiming that the colonists came here, there's still niggas there. And Brazil happens to be one of the largest population of so-called Negro people outside of Africa. So when you factor in, wait a minute, man, it's almost 200 million people in Brazil that classifies Negroes. We find 81 skulls of Lucia, and they kept saying that these people look like South Pacific Islanders, Africans, etc. Right? So when Jack Forbes' book come into play, you find out that these people still in today. They still in. But then they give you some fake ass story about these people are Africans and they came here from Africa. You see what I'm saying? So you have to kind of like, these people not going, they don't have a monopoly on history the way you have to believe everything in their narrative and their perspective. You go where the clues lies you, I mean, where the information leads you to. If the information leads you to black people been there, we don't know how long. But then they will create a story according to eugenics to say, oh, well, these people left from Africa 13,500 years ago and landed in Brazil. How the fuck do you know that? Because it's supposed to fit their narrative that everybody who looked like us came from Africa, and that is a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. We got 199 people in the chat room, man, that's viewing this build. Share the build out, hit the like button, and once again, if you like to donate It's going across the bottom of the screen. Let's get back into it. We got Ali Muhammad, and we're gonna be probably getting into your boy actually giving definitely on a battleground, giving his opinion or his perspective according to the information that he obtained through the vast numbers of years. And like I said yesterday, right? How long does it take before somebody's proficient in something? If I've been studying this shit for 15 motherfucking years, when do I become proficient in what the fuck I'm saying? And this is not no peon type studies. You know, slavevoid.org. I've been doing that shit since 2016, 17. The census, internet archives, congressional archives, all of that shit. The census, all of that shit, man. Black slave owners, white slavery, all of this shit. I've been doing this shit for a long fucking time. A long time. The pyramid structures in America, older than the pyramids in Egypt. The shit just go on and on and on. And when you bring this to the attention of a so-called Pan-African, right? It ain't much they can say. They can't really say much because they don't know about what you're talking about. They have never heard this shit ever in their life. So that means we're going to take you out in real deep waters and we're going to let you swim. But the waters is infested with fucking sharks, nigga. So good luck. Happy traveling. Happy hunting, or how they say. So, I mean, just if you happen to give a fuck. Because like I said, this information right here, we've been saying this shit for a long fucking time. And I say myself, along with a lot of my comrades and a lot of my brothers and sisters, we've been on a hunt for this for a long time. The Slavic conversation. Black Africans don't even understand what a Slavic is. They don't even understand what a Slavic is. And when you bring it to their attention, they still don't understand. They still would try to put the burden on you of you being a slave, as opposed to saying, well, wait a minute, you got a good point right there. Because they never want to be proven wrong. That means we actually taught them something. And they never want to admit to that. They have no accountability on us teaching them anything.
All right. So let me get myself together here. And I want to show a few slides, and I'm going to open up everything. All right. Hit that like button. We're going to be on for a long time, so I got to put my blue iridescence on. Now, what are we about to get into? We're about to get into this discussion so we can help our folk get out of La La Land. La La Land is the beliefs that you have currently that do not fit with real and actual history. Let's open these up. I'm focusing on this part first, but I can go to the African slavery as well and all the other things that we have. All right. Let's put that down there. Just open up my slides. Give me a minute. All right. So there are lots of people who have written about these subjects. All right. And the good thing about the way that we're going to approach the subject tonight is that it's all recorded. So let's start with this one right here. 1804 document. I'm going to give context to it. All right. Excuse me. All right. Let's take a look at this document. White slavery, or selling white men for debt. All right. This is from a magazine in Indiana, June 27th, 1840. We have received from Indianapolis a certified copy under the broad seal of the state of Indiana of the 11th, 30th, and 31st sections of the Act of 1807, approved by General Harrison, providing for the sale of white men and women in certain cases. Now, why were they
See right there? Right there. See, look, this is what's going on, right? When you read something like that, you never get an opportunity to form your own perception or get a chance to really process the information, because the white man come right along and give you his explanation and put you right under his mind, his MK Ultra mind control. You understand what I'm saying? So you never sit there and really factor out what you, wait a minute. What do you mean white slaves, my dude? You've been showing us fucking roots. Y'all made, even after Alex Haley was plagiarized and sued in fucking court, nigga. Let me say that again. Even after Alex Haley was sued for plagiarism from Alex Corhan, did a book called The Africans, which was a fiction novel, which he self-admitted it was fiction. He took all the details from that book and came up with roots, right? So he sued for $650,000 in the 1970s, I believe, right? Right, 1970s or closer to the 1980s, right? He was sued for $650,000, nigga, back then. Then they hit you with a remake of it in 2015. How the fuck you want? And then what they did was they involved Africans in selling us and trying to push it off on them. Like, yo, the gig been up, brother. We know. How you gonna make a remix single on a book that never even exists? That was basically claimed to, I mean, based on a plagiarized story, brother. How you gonna make a remix single of it and then just add more theatrics to it, to where it's captivating and we think, oh shit, that's our history right there. Nah, nigga, my history, we gods and goddesses over here, nigga. My people invented the toilet bowl, nigga. You understand? The shoes and the boots, the refrigerator, the fucking washing machine, the stove, etc. Nigga, I'm descendants of them. I'm not descendants of no motherfucking people out there just picking cotton, nigga. Or some niggas getting whipped, or some niggas being, you know, nah, nigga, like that's your origin story, nigga. Oh, so your origin story is you a fucking slave, nigga. Nah, all this Indian slavery shit is pseudo information, brother. All of it. Because at the same time they claim they bringing Indian slaves here, you got niggas owning slaves, brother. Oh, they was just owning that. There's no explanation you can give me that I'm gonna agree with. Nothing you say to me, I'm going to sit there and be like, yeah, you know what? You're right. Nah, nigga, I don't even believe that's your fallacy, and you fantasizing according to the information that you've been programmed and you accept it. I don't accept none of this shit. We're writing mental notes down. We cross-reference information. If the information doesn't check out, then we cancel that so-called cross-reference, and then we go on and we try to find more information to see whether or not if it connects or not. We don't just read, oh shit, I got a whole book here by some white dude who was taught by Columbia University or went to Chicago University or went to one of these MK Ultra eugenics institutions, bro. See, that's why they made the book called The Spook That Sat by the Door. So you niggas will get more crafty when you do research. So you won't fall for the bullshit or for the banana in the fucking tailpipe, nigga. I'm gonna actually find that shit, like Eddie Murphy. Like, oh, I don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm gonna find that video of him saying that shit, man. Because that's what niggas need to be you need to be mentally reinforced with that type of understanding, man, and realize that all this shit is not right and exact just because some cracker. Who the cracker who wrote it? Oh shit, he went to Cambridge Institute in 1960. Oh, okay, all right. So he under eugenics. But he does have some research in there, but his research is based on his prejudice to saying that we Africans and we came here on the bottom of some shit. So they all in on it. Even the people who writing these books are all in on it.
Passing this law, because after the Declaration of Independence, white slavery and indentured servitude was abolished. That's important for you to understand. Prior to that period, white slavery and white indentured servitude was lawful. The Declaration of Independence was a document to end white slavery, white indentured servitude, and to remove all of the British.
Bro, and see, the only thing I got a problem with Ali Muhammad is I don't think he truly understand what he reading. Like they telling you the Declaration of Independence, nigga. That's y'all already know what that is. The Declaration of Independence was the free white slaves, nigga. And that the Declaration of Independence was what, 1770 something, right? And that ain't even right and exact, because the follow-up to the Declaration of Independence is the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation. That's the follow-up on it. Why? Okay. If the Declaration of Independence was the free white slaves, why the fuck haven't anybody ever came out and really addressed this? Why are we still being told that the only slaves here was Negro? And like I said, Michael Hoffman, which I kind of researched him before I even just totally agreed with what he was saying. I researched him and I seen that he has he's not trying to get nothing out of saying that white people were slaves, bro. And that wasn't no black slaves in the 1700s, bro. So if it wasn't no black slaves in the 1700s, there were no black slaves, never. Because you got plenty, and like I said, go check out the Duke of Tears bill. I don't know if y'all subscribe to him, but probably like not the last bill with when you see the Marvel character on it. I forgot what the Marvel character is. But the bill before that, he talks about all this shit is a stage show. All this shit was fake, bro. All these people are fucking actors, man. All this shit. The Civil War was some actor shit, bro. Even though that they actually have literature and you can actually find legal documentation that basically suggests that the Civil War actually happened, is all fake, bro. All of the reconstruction of history is based on all these lies, bro. Just to cover up the fact that we was, and like they really can't cover it up, because we can see in the 1950s, we can go to Sir Solomon Jones films and see like, nah, my dude, I don't believe it's impossible that these people built this within the last 100 years, nigga. I'm gonna go that far to say that the last 100 years. This shit has been here over 500-600 years, nigga. When I say the last 100 years, you look and see the architecture. There's no way nobody can build that shit. Even in 30, 40 years, nigga, that shit always been there. So when you look at that, imagine the truth. Imagine what they really hiding or what they found here. Imagine what they really hiding. They had no problem telling you, oh shit, like, you know, parading us off to the rest of the world as some fucking clowns, some rappers or whatever. You know, some of the music is good, right? But just the mentality and the educational level that they present these our people as, right? Some type of idiotic, you know, urban, you know, the whole, you know the stereotypes, right? You know the stereotypes. But just to know your people came from greatness, and like I said, just imagine what the fuck they really hiding. Just imagine, what is they really hiding, Money Grip? What's out there that they don't really want us to know? They probably, we invented the motherfucking Zeppelin, man, the air blimp, nigga. So the Wright brothers and that whole story, we already know is some bullshit. We can already see Mayan figurines with airplanes on them. We already see them. We already see Mayan figurines, nigga. So you can't keep lying about who we are and who we not, and try to sum us up to being some goddamn slaves and sending your agents like the not a coincidence, not like the Jabaris and a lot of these other niggas. The Rob is a fucking agent too. He might be a redneck, but he's a fucking agent. They might pay that nigga in power tools. He got all of the new blowers, lawnmowers. They might pay that nigga in that's the resources that they might pay him in. Jabari, he's satisfied with getting a paddle in his ass every 3 months, bro. Every 3 months, that's his payment. Had some European beat him in the ass with a fucking paddle, man. And the rest of these niggas, Lucky, he take his pay cut in weed. The niggas probably get him 3 or 4 pounds every fucking month just so he could come on here and troll us or whatever. These are all parts of think tanks. These people, you know, they assemble when they come time for them to be on the clock, which a lot of these niggas be on the clock and do a lot of overtime because they always over here telling us who the fuck we are.
British subjects from being subjects to the King of England. But this law is enacted by a state to reappropriate the slavery. So anyone who studies history is going to see that there were several other states who took these acts, and these acts were a part of what became a rift in the country leading to the Civil War. Meaning, the Civil War was just not about black people, so-called black people, coming out of bondage. It was about white people who got mad because they got freed in 1776, and states started trying to implement slavery amongst white people again. This is in Indiana. So here we go. For the perspective. This is just for the perspective. So as you're studying history, you won't make the mistake of emotionally bent people who are bent upon selling their social engineering as the main narrative for history. Because those same people who do that have the victimization, entitlement psychology, and when it comes to moving politically in mass as a people, to strategize and make things. They don't want to move until they get permission, because a victim needs permission and they're subject to entitlements and they're waiting for a handout.
See, look, the Pan-Africans need permission to think. They can't think. They're not sentient beings. These niggas is androids. These niggas are operating on some type of highly advanced AI system where they only can move according to instructions by the white man. Jabari, like I told you, he enjoyed that pat on the ass every 2 or 3 months by some Slavic white dude, right? He enjoyed that. And he's out here and see niggas, these niggas think that that's the base of education. That's why I always put emphasis and tell you niggas, I got 7 felony convictions for selling CDS, controlled dangerous substance, right? Purveyor narcotics, sold drugs, and one day, bam, the L's woke me up and I became A1, right? But it took a long time for me to even get to this point, right? But check this out, right? You get 2 educations. You get the education that's dictated to you and the education that you take for yourself and you research yourself and come up with your own conclusive understanding so that you can be proficient when it comes to it, right? Excuse me. Right? So when it comes to a lot of this information, it takes years and years upon years to be able to truly understand what's going on. With all the doctrine of discovery and all those things from understanding information that I ran across, I still ain't understand that shit. I still ain't understand how it affects, how it has something to do with the Knights of Golden Circle, the KKK, Knights of Templar, Knights of Malta, etc. The Skull and Bones, the CIA, all this shit, bro. You have no clue. No fucking clue. Like I said, self-lawing master, if that means anything to you, definitely, find out who your people was and where their establishments or where they were set up at, and go from there and find somebody who can help you, come back to the nations of natural nations of the Aborigine or Tanchan indigenous people of the Amaru. So
once you get beyond that mentality, you make it happen. So this is a clear scenario here on this land. Now, the next one I want to share, just that one. Let's keep going. Here we go. All right. So this is a gun making company from Bristol in England. And what are they marketing for? They're marketing to sell guns to other people. And what does it say? It says makes hunting, coach, and double barrel guns. All right. Blunderlies, pistols on the most approved construction. Merchants supplied with guns and stores for the African, West Indian, and Newfoundland. So here you have an African who's buying guns from the European. Question: if you were just enslaving people in Africa, Why would you be selling them guns? You're not going to sell your slaves guns. So one of the things that is not known in history, which before tonight we're going to prove it, is white folk sold other white folks into Africa in slavery. They sold their own people into slavery in Africa. And they armed leadership in Africa that were selling some of their own people. This is not what we have been taught. We are taught February, Black History Month. Everybody give these people a month. Why? Because we want them blundering in victimization psychology. We want them blundering.
And remember, this is eugenics 101. Inferior, superior. The superior part is this naked motherfucker sitting up in here, this well-clothed European, right? And this naked African with a fucking grass skirt on and shit, right? Right? That's the reality of it. And when these so-called Pan-Africans look at this shit, this is their reality, nigga. Our people is the people who told. Matter of fact, the white dude who up there is really a nigga. You understand what I'm saying? He's really a nigga. He's not. What no white people running around like that, bro. And when you research them, you see the lack of resources and materials for them to even find clothing. These people, after they was free, they was running around here with potato sacks on, bro. Potatoes, like I said, man, look, man, you know, I'm proficient when it comes to this shit, man. I've been through some hella school of thought. And whether if they ideologies, whether people, you know, you don't respect the Moors. The Moors was teaching this shit 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And when we say Moor Science Temple, we talking about them, right? They was teaching this shit 10 years ago, bro. 10 years ago. I've been fast-tracked when it comes to a lot of this information, bro. White slavery and shit. Go check it. Go check out the bill. Michael Hoffman. 8 years ago, nigga, on your boy A1 channel. This ain't no shit that I made. William Ellison. First nigga did some shit on William Ellison before your man Cormeo went and bit the shit, right? And then came up with the narrative of black Europeans instead of just saying they Moors. Instead of just saying they Moors, like black Europeans, right? The niggas been talking about this shit. But because people they ran propaganda on y'all and told y'all to stay away from Moors, right? So therefore, the Moors that's talking about America, you don't even you learn from niggas like me who saying I'm an Atanchan, but I'm still a Moor. A lot of this shit, bro. A lot of this information I see lingering around this community. A lot of it. World's Fair, all this shit, bro. Let's stop playing. Let's stop fucking playing, bro. People was talking about they living in TPs, that they had Mongoloid ancestors, nigga, 3 years ago. I ain't never agree with none of that shit. I mean, once I was enlightened, I ain't never agree with none of that shit. I've been saying we been wearing fucking clothes, nigga. AP keeping fatly telling you niggas we had hoodies over here and pants for 20,000 years. What part don't you understand? And like I said, man, you know, it's a lot of white people. Manly P. Hall, right? David Hatcher Childress, Edgar Casey, right? That talks about a lot of this advanced technology that the Americas had, bro. Shout to whatever the brother name is from Coast to Coast. When he said it was two different people in America, and this is when I was in my early studies. He was like, it's two different people. And like I said, early studies is me studying the landmass. I already knew, boom, my people been told us who we were. And guess what? I didn't believe them. I didn't believe my family. Like most of us didn't. But how it go, when you get into the Americas, the study of the Americas, period, and what our people was doing and what these areas that we lived in, what we was doing, right? And you hear Europeans talk about it, they saying these people from the north to the south, they was highly technical advanced. They wasn't like the Mongoloids. And even Dr. Longo, when he came, when we was building with him, he even said the same fucking thing. The hunter-gatherers and the guards. The guards are really not even called Indians. The word Indian is just an observation that we use to observe that we've been on this landmass that all these people want to come to. All these freeloaders, all these people, I don't want to hear none of that shit. And they're like, oh man, these people, I don't want to hear nothing. Build your country up, because we can go back and show you footage of the 1960s and when we was going through what we was going through. Wasn't none of these people begging to come over here then. When they were sticking German shepherds on niggas, fucking water hoses, all this type of shit that we've been through, wasn't none of these other groups of people ever signing up or raising their hand like, yeah, I want to go over there and join that with them. None of these people wanted to be involved with that. They waited till the coast was clear and ran their ass over here and took all the fucking jobs. Meanwhile, niggas still got the industrial means of being a big time drug dealer and a kingpin, or even now a fucking serial killer, because a lot of these niggas are serial killers.
In victimization, their leadership are gatekeepers, and they're the ones who stand up with their leftist theology and say this and no, we want February. Blah, blah, blah. You don't know that they are not against the establishment. They are the gatekeepers for the establishment to keep you enslaved psychologically and physically. So we need to do better research so that we can have a good perspective. Let's keep going. I'm just going to share a few more, and then I'm going to start opening up. When you come on, just make sure your mic is off, and don't turn your mic on until it's time to make comments. When you come on here, this is not other channels. You're going to keep it respectful, or we're going to boot you out. There's no reason to talk over anybody. I'll facilitate and help people just so that we keep the conversation clean. If anybody wants to share things, even in disagreement with what I am saying or what other people are saying, you have the opportunity to do so. We have no problem with that. We have no problem with people who disagree. That's how we learn. All right. So let's get a few more of these. All right. This is from the book White Gold. Let's see. Or is it from Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters? It's one of them. White Gold. All right. So I want you to take a look at this. This is talking about a sultan named Muli Ishmael, and this is showing from the book, illustrations from the book, from that time in the book. The sultan's black guards were absolute masters of European slaves. Reared from childhood in special schools, they were haughty and fiercely loyal. So this is talking about Muli Ishmael in West Africa and his enslavement of Europeans. These are black people in West Africa. That's why I'm pulling the source up, white gold, that were enslaving white Europeans in West Africa. All right. Let's keep going for a few more slides. All right. All right, this is from White Gold too. Slaves were marched inland to Meknes, which is a city in Morocco. Those who died en route were decapitated. Survivors were forced to carry their heads as proof that they hadn't escaped. The slaves pictured here are British. Slaves were poked, prodded, and subjected to a cheeky sales pattern. Behold what a strong man this is, what limbs he has. And then it's got pictures of the weekly slave market. So this is from the book White Gold. You can get this on Amazon. All right. And it's showing the white slaves in Africa who were being brought into Africa. Some through raids, some through the sale of their own people, selling them into slavery into Africa. All right. This is important because I'm building a case later for something way more important. All right. Let's put that down. All right. Get some of these down, and got a few more. Give me 1 second.
All right, so I wanted to show y'all something real quick. Check this out right here, right? Now listen to this. Now we done played this a couple of different times and been played on other platforms as well, right? But check this out, right? Just when you get to the understanding to where we kind of like we already know this. This is the reason why Pan-Africans don't really want to debate us. We've been talking to Garfield and them niggas back in 2018, bro. Them niggas ain't never had no smoke with us because they know it was going to be a fucking L for them. They already figured this shit out, right? But check this out, right? So look.
Taught that black slaves and Mexicans and Chinese built this country, while the vast majority of the whites lorded it over them with a whiplash in one hand, and a mint julep in the other. But the documentary record tells a very different story. Up to one half of all the arrivals in the American colonies were white slaves, and they were America's first slaves. These whites were slaves for life, long before blacks ever were. And this white slavery was even hereditary. White children were born to white slaves, and they were also enslaved. Whites were auctioned on a block with children sold and separated from their parents.
Look at the picture right there. What you think going on in that picture right there? This nigga just bought a white woman. Now, why would they I thought he was a slave. Why would they get him to the point where he running around here with a top hat on, a fucking 3-piece suit with a fucking vest on and a tie on, nigga? This is real, like, prestigious type of clothing. Hold on 1 second. So look, like I was saying before, right? We got 209 people in the chat room or viewing the live stream. Hit the like button, share the build out. I actually forgot that Top Cat and Gorilla Hebrew was actually debating. I ain't forget. I thought it was tomorrow, but they actually live right now doing the debate. So if anybody want to check it out, definitely check it out. I'll catch it on another note. But definitely, I know Top Cat got that one in the bag. So peace to the God, however it go, right? So this picture right here, right? This picture, look, you tell me what the fuck this picture means, brother. I thought white people hated black people. Why would they set us up in any position to where we can purchase a white person, brother? I thought they hated us, nigga. They lying. And if they didn't hate us in here and they allowed this nigga to run around here with this top hat on and this motherfucking I don't know what he got on. I know he got a suit on and some other type of shit, bro. Why they hated niggas? The images that they give you of niggas is not like this. The images is of niggas running around with fucking ripped pants and working on fields and all this other type of shit, bro. Because something else is going on that they don't want us to know. So let's get back into it, though.
Wives were sold and separated from their husbands. Meanwhile, you had free black property owners walking the streets of northern and southern American cities, while white slaves were being worked to death in the sugar mills of southern American cities, while white slaves were being worked to death and children sold and separated from their parents. Wives were sold and separated from their husbands. Meanwhile, you had free black property owners walking the streets of northern and southern American cities, while white slaves were being worked to death in the sugar mills of Barbados and Jamaica in the West Indies and in the tobacco plantations of Virginia. So the establishment has created this misnomer of indentured servitude to explain away and minimize the fact of white slavery. But if you really read even the establishment historians, if you read their footnotes, even they have to concede, at the very least in the 17th century, that black slavery was almost non-existent and that whites were the overwhelming majority of slaves in America in the 17th century.
So if you take that into account, what we already see, right? We already got whiff of that might be reality. You know what I'm saying? Only niggas who gonna argue that shit is Pan-Africans, bro. And they gonna come up with a reason. Well, the only reason is white dude saying this so he can get reparations and we won't. This is the mind state of these people. These people would rather put themselves in this victimhood mentality like Shawan, and the rest of these dudes, you know what I'm saying? Right? Real talk. Shawan, you in the chat room, you know you'd rather be a slave than to be a free man. Or to be any free inhabitants, a Tanchan of the Americas, brother. You would much rather be a slave, nigga. You will argue and fight and scratch and claw your way into being a slave, nigga. We not slaves over here. And we keep emphatically telling you this shit. But for some reason, you ain't get the memo. You niggas still think we slaves and we telling you we not. And you come over here and try to enforce it, or we're slaves. We came over here on the transatlantic. Nah, nigga, you've been misinformed, bro. And like I said, you know, once you understand that all these people who you hold to these high regards, and you think these people are sincere with telling you your story, nigga. Once you figure that shit out, then you'll be back into the nations of the gods and the goddesses. So let's rock on. Let's play a little bit more of this shit right here.
Where does the word slave itself come from? Isn't it exclusively in reference to the experience of black people in bondage?
No, it isn't, Pastor Peters. Actually, the word slave derives from the white nation of people known as the Slavs, or the Slavic people. And they were enslaved longer than the entire history of the United States. The Slavic people were slaves about twice as long as blacks were slaves in North America. So the actual definition of that word pertains to the experience of white people in bondage, yet the politically correct historians tell us that we're not allowed to refer to whites as slaves. So it's really a huckster's game that's at work there. It's that definition of that word pertains to the experience of white people in bondage, yet the politically correct historians tell us that we're not allowed to refer to whites as slaves. So it's really a huckster's game that's at work there. It's that old word, not allowed to refer to whites as slaves. So it's really a huckster's game that's at work there.
It's that old wordsmith game, isn't it?
That's correct.
So why wouldn't they want them to be repeated as slaves? Because they created this whole new eugenics narrative. Inferior and superior. Inferior is them knowing they slaves. Look, they even got a whole definition for you niggas. And you niggas still, you don't even pay attention to this. This is not even research according to you niggas, right? This is like Jabari will double down on this, right? Once again, slave, right? We don't need to go on, read all this other shit. Only thing we need to read is from here on down, right? Slave, source, Italian, Slavo, slave, enslaved, Spanish, and Slavo, originally, right? This is our point of contention right here when it comes to this whole thing. And niggas like Lex Vortex are not a coincidence, and Jabari and these rest of these niggas is going down on a ship. These niggas believe that they are fucking slaves, bro. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So look, original, Slav, C Slav. They telling us to see Slav. So used in the secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering people, such as this, right? Hey, yeah, they definitely gonna flag my channel, right? But who gives a fuck, right? Now you think this one nigga right here, right? They showing you all these other white people, right? Do you think in your reality that all them other white people was actually white people, brother? Or all of them look just like he looked? How is this one nigga ruling over all these white people, bro? Look at his army. All of his army is all white people, bro. You understand? All his army is all white people. Look, let's go back into it. So you think this one nigga is ruling over all these white people, bro? And they dressed up like Moors. So they like this is the shit that they present to people, and people look at this shit and somehow get caught up in the storyline of what's going on. But we can clearly see that behind him is all these white, why do niggas turn on him and cut his fucking throat, nigga? What authority did he have, or what type of backup did he have that where if they did any harm to him, they was gonna be fucking pulverized, or whatever word you got that might be a synonym for pulverized, right? But however we go, we can clearly look. All these people behind this guy is all white people. How is this one nigga ruling all these people?
Well, Viking, you take it bravely.
Well, I have little choice.
You have not seen it at work before.
Fortunately, no.
Had you done so, I promised that you would not be prepared to die so calmly.
My lord, I assure you, I am anything but calm.
I shall arrange a demonstration.
My lord.
Yes?
Please, not one of my men.
Never fear. I need them. They have work to do. I will show you how a Moor can die.
Hey, he's referring to that cat as my lord.
Peace to the God, man. I mean, do you actually look? He gonna say he gonna say, I'm gonna show you how Moore died, and she gonna pick a white dude, and he gonna slide down there and look. Check this out, my lord.
My lord, bro. My lord.
Exactly. I mean, what you think going on up in this, Cam?
I mean, it's plain to see. You can see it plain as day. Hey, peace to everybody, man. Peace, A1. So the thing is, bro, I mean, you're looking at it right there. That looks like your boy Maurice.
yeah.
That looks like Maurice.
Nigga looking at him like, yo, this nigga got a perm.
bro, that looks like Maurice the Moor, like the one that you see with the fly knight, white, like got a white cape on with the gold tassels. And
the same nigga look, the same nigga that's the coat of arm over the Pope.
Come on
now, we ain't stupid now. We know what the fuck is going on, nigga. We know a nigga like this nigga is running everything. Why ain't none of these white people attack him? They could have killed this nigga a thousand deaths, nigga. They could have poked him up, whatever. But look, he gonna say I'm gonna show you how Moore is going to die, right?
But check it out though. If you think about it, Pop. Excuse me. If you think about it, you see that guy in a lot of these films. There's that one lone black person that's the Moor, the know-it-all. He's got a superior technology. The guy from the Jedi's. He plays what's his name? Samuel Jackson, right?
Darth Vader?
No, well, shit. You can go with Darth Vader. You can go with the Jedi's in general, but they're always this. Even with Robin Hood, hell, the guy that played Jamie Foxx, he was a Moor and a Muslim, but he had all the superior training. He had all the superior knowledge. There's an older Robin Hood with Kevin Costner. Morgan Freeman is the Black Moor in there. Again, he's got more technology. He's got more advancement. His science is better. He's Thoth. Same thing with Tahuti or Thoth. There's always this one guy that has more knowledge than everybody. Because the Moors, in this context, there's three societies. There's three societies at all times that we don't know about. We think it's two, but there's three. There was this elite society of us, and they broke it down to just two societies. So we just think it's this two black and white society. Nah, they took all their stuff from a more elite society, and now they're trying to brainwash us and make us think it's their information, it's their technology. Nah, they got this from us, the top tier system, but we're on the bottom tier now, so we don't know no better for the most part. Don't get me started, man. You already know I'll go.
So look, so I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, but check this out. Watch the rest of this shit.
Boasting of your courage, I shall give you an example of real courage, the courage that comes from authority. My authority. Amina?
Yes, my lord.
Select me a man. One of my guards. He must ride the...
Yo, viewer discretion is advised, right? Do you think he's fucking Amina? Ken?
Yeah, 100%.
All right. All right, so, because, he running around here like the bars and shit, right? But, in reality, this nigga right here, look, you're going to see the rest of it. Watch, check this out.
The mayor of steel before the Viking. Amina?
You believe in Allah? Go then.
He said, I'm going to show you how a Moor died. You think that's a Moor? Or that's just a fragment of the theatrics that's going on in the movie? Because all of the rest of the people would have looked at like him, obviously, right?
I'm gonna say it's all of the above, yeah.
Yeah. And look, that's the understanding of how these people were civilized. When you look at that, when you see he gave instructions to Amina and then looked at her again, like, Amina, we gonna do this right now? He gave her that look. And Amina carried out his orders. And my man said, yo, you believe in Allah? All right, well, look, you see how he looked up at it, right? Well, look what happened to him at the end.
Your turn, Viking.
Hey, yo, this is the reason why we being punished today, man. Look, I mean, this is what we see. People try to act like we wasn't doing this type of shit.
I hate that narrative. I hate that narrative. That man. Sometimes I tell people, you gotta understand what goes around comes around, and I know a lot of us don't want to believe it, but the treatment that we've gotten is just a reaction to the way we used to do things. Just like we want to get our get back, well, they wanted to get their get back. Now we want to get our get back. Well, it's gonna be another time when they want to get their get back again, and then it's gonna be another time when we want to get back at them. That's just the way this thing goes. Like it's cycles. It's always been that way. It's always gonna be that way. We're on top. We're on the bottom. We're on top. We're on the bottom. He who was first shall be last. He who is last shall be first. You can take it any way you want to do it. And it's just the way it goes. So a lot of the reason why we got the treatment that we got and get is because when we were on top, we were some motherfuckers. Like we clowned, we acted a fool. Like we had all the money, we had all the gold, we had all the jewels and all the science, and we ran this thing for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, just slanging pipe and trading goods. And people got tired of it. That's when they ran the snakes up out of Ireland, right? That's when they ran the Moors up out of there, because it's like, man, listen, y'all cats is coming, y'all been coming through here, taking our daughters, doing this, doing that, doing this. We're tired of it. So yeah, we did the same thing that we accused them of doing. We did it more, truth be told. That's a fact.
And these people, like I said, look, your turn, Viking. Look,
right.
Look at the expression on my man's face. Look,
you know what it is?
They dragged that nigga up there. Like the other nigga just walked up there in honor. Look, they gotta drag this nigga up there. Look. Damn.
My lord, I hope you realize this revenge of yours will lose you the bell. You need more than just a Viking ship and crew. You need a navigator. You need me.
But I have a Viking navigator. A man in every way as skilled as yourself. the sailing master to King Harold of Northland. He
Look, you see, look.
You see something about navigation.
Yeah, but they had to make a twist in the movie and shit to make it seem like we really needed him. he the navigator and shit. Like they don't need that nigga right there.
No. But he said that though. He said just as good as you. So he's letting them know. I know you got it. I'm just as good as you are. See? So he's letting you know right there. Yeah, I know the same navigation techniques that y'all know, that y'all people know, because y'all are the first navigators.
And look, people still don't get what's going on. There's white slaves in North Africa. This man right here wasn't responsible for that. That was something that we all was doing. Like when you heard Michael Hoffman, he said these people was enslaved 2 times more than what we said Africans were slaves. But then we can't even say Africans were slaves because the story doesn't even add up. He's saying that when no black people enslaved in the 1700s. I thought you want to say in 1619. This bitch got a whole fucking narrative on that from the New York Times, right? Hannah Nicole Jones, right? She had a whole fucking segment on that shit. So if they didn't bring us in the 1600s, and they lying about that, and they didn't bring us in the 1700s, said the majority of them niggas was white people. So when the fuck did they bring us in? Is any of this shit true?
There you go. That's where I'm at with it. So A1, check it out, Papa. In sometime this year, this interesting story, you can pull it up. Disney World in Florida got into it with DeSantis, the governor, Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis started trying to attack Disney World in Florida. Maybe you'll be able to pull up like Ron DeSantis, Florida, Walt Disney World, and it'll probably come up, right? Well, Disney World, it was about all of their tax evasion. Disney World is like its own charter in Florida. You with me, boss? A1.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
Right? So Disney World shut DeSantis down. Like he had to back down. He had to jump right up off of it because Disney World is under a British. Now here's where the shit go crazy. Disney World is under a British charter. Disney World is under a British charter from when the British were in Florida. So Disney World is on British land, right?
Was the British ever in Florida?
Here we go.
Or is that a story that they want us to believe?
Well, hold on. This is what I'm talking about, right? So whatever it is, it's valid because Disneyland made DeSantis back up off of them, right? So you start digging into it, and there's a little video off about it, a reel, and it says Disneyland is connecting to the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta is talking about 1619, or it's 1200. The Magna Carta, 12 something, 1219, I think it is, but they're linking this also to a 1680 something, 83, 87 treaty with King James III, Edward III, or something like this, right?
Look, when you look into all that shit is dealing with the doctrine of discovery and the uno sanctum, all of it.
Okay, so hold on. So it goes into this Magna Carta 1200. So I immediately thought of like, wait a minute, man. This is some interesting correlations here, right? So if you pull up the treaty, if you pull up the 1786 Moroccan treaty, and this is where everybody misses it. This is where everybody misses it, right? So if you pull up the 1786 Moroccan treaty, you'll see two sets of people on it. Okay. So you'll see the Moors, the Moroccans, the Muslims, to whoever, and they're signing it in the year 1200, right? But at the very same time, quote unquote, white people are signing it. They're signing in their year 1786. So at the very same time we're signing, they're signing in the year 1786 for them, we're signing in the year 1200 for us. White people added 586 years to history so they could get in. And that's the document right there where the 500 years is added. They added 586 years. So 586 years of this history is not true. It's just plugged and spliced in to make themselves fit. That's why you can't get these pieces of certain puzzles to fit, because it doesn't fit. They're not real stories. You see what I'm saying? Uh-oh. Did I lose you, boss? You. Oh, shit.
Nah, keep rocking out.
Oh.
You good.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I was looking at that, and there's 586 years that they added right in the middle of all of this stuff. So what you think is the year 1200, or what you think is the year 1700, it could very well be the year 1200 in actual historical records. Like if you look at, so those people that signed that treaty, they were Muslims. They were Muslims. I'm not saying anything about Islam or Muslims now, but what I'm saying is, if you look at the Muslim calendar right now, they're 580 something years behind us. Right now, if you ask a Muslim, hey, what year is it? They'll tell you the year 1457, I think, or 1453. In Islamic calendar, we're in the year 1400 because there's 586 years added. So none of the timeline is correct. None of this stuff that we be trying to, oh, well, hey, this, none of it. We're reading our history, but on their timeline. Nope, not gonna work. It can't work because there's 500 some plus years just plugged and played. These people did not exist in societal formats and platforms and social structures during these time periods. They were in, I don't want to just go with the cliche, they were in caves, but they were not civilized people. They were hairy and they didn't bathe and all that. So how all of a sudden do they get all this power and prestige? Nah, none of that is true. None of that is true. These people they just got into power. They just got into power and they changed the faces of all the history with their faces on it. So you're reading real history. It's just reversed with our faces. And the timeline has been altered. It's crazy. That's all I got for now.
Nah, you good. I mean, and that's right. They did. They changed our history and put it in their perspective and got people running around here. And even when you see that they still been deceptive, you still buy into their story. I'm gonna rock Ali Muhammad out some more, and we get into it.
It's like you taking a 5-year-old and saying, okay, now make them 21 overnight. It's like you can't do that. Like they literally haven't done this stuff. He hasn't gone to school yet. He hasn't gone to college yet. He hasn't gone to high school yet. He don't even know how to drive. But now you got to throw all this stuff on him overnight to make him fit with the other 21-year-olds. It's like, nah, that ain't gonna work. But that's what they've done. They took their little baby self and they catapulted it up here with all these other ancient civilizations and ancient societies. Nah, that's none of y'all. You're too young to be ancient anything. You're too young to be ancient Rome, ancient Mauritania, ancient Greece, ancient India, ancient China. You're too young to be any of that. You couldn't have done that. Because where'd all these other people come from that are on the walls and in the temples? And where's your shit? Where's your stuff? You're too young. You don't have none. So, my 2 cents. That's why it's very important for people to learn your particular placement in whatever pantheon that you believe in, whatever religion you follow, whatever it is. Find out where you fit in that particular narrative in history. Where were your people? What was your family doing? Where does your mamas, grandmamas, great-grandmamas, so forth come from? Where do your forefathers come from? Where is your particular family? So you know where you were and where you fit. Because everything else is going to be conjure. Everything else is going to be up for speculation. Well, what happened to this one and this society and that thing? It could be all skewed in someone else's information. Go find out, or someone else's story. Go find out your tell that to any of your followers, bro. Anybody listening, go find out your personal family's story the best way you can, because what you'll find out will blow you away. It's never gonna be what you expected. I promise you, it's gonna be way over that, way beyond what you expect. When you go look in your family's records, man, just being on your show, A1, I've met cousins on your show. Over the years, you and I talking, I've met people, they hit me up afterwards. Hey, man, where you from? This, that, and that. I got those people over there, too. I've met cousins, literally, of my mom's side on your show that we don't even know about. So our story is so big, but we don't know it. But we start getting into these different circles, and we start going into these different Egyptologies and all this and all that, Hebrew Israelite or whatever. But what are you? What was your family? What were your people? Were they from Egypt? Were they from that area? Then why are you even studying that? If that's not your people, were your people Hebrew Israelites? Were your people Christians? Were your people Muslims? Were your people, what was your family? And go get into that. Because whatever it is, all of them right now are at their apex. All of them. I don't care if you're a Christian, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Buddhist, Baptist. All of them are at their apex right now. This is the turning of the tide. It's not just the age of Aquarius for you. It's the age of Aquarius for everything and everybody. So everybody, no matter what your path, should be at an apex of knowing now. Belief systems are over with. We are in the age of knowing and action. So that's my 2 cents, Papa. What you say about it? Hey, One, you go sleep on your own show?
Nah, I'm right here, bro.
You know you be doing that, man. You be going to sleep.
Hey, man, you know what? When you out here working, trying to
I heard
provide,
that.
niggas be tired. So, hey,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
excuse me, nigga, but I ain't sleep today, nigga. I'm wide awake. But I'm gonna play.
10-4.
I'm gonna play this right here. I'm gonna play a little bit more.
Get on it. Get on it. You good?
No doubt.
All right. This is also from White Gold. I'll use this source first because I got okay. In 1719, a list of British slaves still alive in Morocco was sent to London. The 8th name on the list is Tho Pello, boy turned Moor. That's right there. All right. And they have other pictures that are depicting what the daily life of a white slave in Africa was like. Okay. I'm just using the illustrations. I'm using this book because they have illustrations throughout from the time period, contemporary illustrations. All right. All right, here we have slaves were housed in matamors or underground dungeons that were filthy, stinking, and full of vermin. Captives wore chains around one ankle. Mullah Ismail demanded absolute deference from both subjects and slaves. Anyone granted an audience had to fling himself into the dust at the Sultan's approach. All right, then they have direct letters from them that were written from that particular time. All right. All right, so let me share this invite link. If you want to come in and start any commentary as I'm going, you can come into the conversation. I'll share this link. I'm only sharing it on YouTube, so if you're on Instagram and you want to come in, you got to come to YouTube. All right. So that link is there. All right, so let me show something from my book. They lied about the transatlantic slave trade. All right, let me show something real quick. Actually, I got one more thing to show here. All right, this is from White Gold again. Torture of slaves was commonplace. The bastinado, bottom right, was widely practiced. The slave was held down and the soles of his feet were beaten until raw. Let's look at that. These are all contemporary illustrations too from that time period. Here we go. These were white people in Africa getting this treatment. So we don't have to make nothing up. All right, so let me share one thing from my book that I think is important to this entire conversation as we get people. And like I said, if you come in, keep your mic off until you're ready to speak. But I think that this is super, super, super important what I'm about to share. Is going to further give, again, continue to give context to the real history surrounding the subject. All right. Let's go here. And I'm taking this from the Slave Voyages site. The source is the Slave Voyages site, but I want you to take a look at what other things were on ships. Because we often looking for slaves and we don't recognize that, okay, right on the Slave Voyages website, you can go to cargo and you can see what else they were carrying. They were carrying agricultural hardware, alcohol or liquor or spirits, beer and ale, anchors, apothecary ware, apparel and clothing, apples, donkeys, axes, bacon. All these different things were on these ships and these voyages. And I pointed this out before, but people seem to kind of negate the fact that they don't recognize that these are all the things that were on the ships. White immigrants coming to the Americas were on the ships. White slaves were on the ships. African slaves were on the ships. African conquistadors like Juan Garrido, who helped Herman Cortez invade Mexico. American islanders, American aboriginals, all of the cargo stuff I just mentioned, all of this was being shipped. We have to break our mindset out of what was going on, and we weren't, Europeans were the only ones who had ships. I'm mentioning the history of Mullah Ishmael and some of the other people who were prior to him because they were corsairs on ships, making raids on places and taking in white slaves. So this was a whole complex network of wars that were taking place that we need to take into consideration when we're studying this history. It will, I promise you, it will help your community. Because what your children get taught now is defeating them. And the proof is the adults who got taught it, who are up here now, who like to argue with me and go crazy, they're defeated. All right? And so we are not going to do that. We're going to keep it a buck. All right? So yeah, we're not about to do that. I already see. So now we start coming to these numbers and we asking ourselves, why do they have these numbers on the website? They have estimates, imputed, etc. We talked about this before. We are going to get into that tonight. If anybody wants to come in and start getting into the conversation, y'all welcome to come in. All right. And yeah, we're going to keep this conversation up and high. All right. So that we can get through the material and do it in a way that's edifying for everybody. All right. So another point that I wanted to share. Let's see if I can change the orientation of this. All right. Another thing is ships were used for multiple purposes. Ships were used for multiple purposes. Let's check it. Let me show you. How were they used, Brother Ali? Let's show you. All right, this is from the Slave Voyages website. All right, and you see there's a ship coming from London called Jeffrey and one called John and Mary. Right? And these ships are on the Slave Voyages website coming from Europe. If you go to passenger list of ship coming to North America, 1607 to 1825, compiled by A. Harold Lancour, you are going to see the Jeffrey, and the John and Mary. So now they were carrying people from London who were immigrants, allegedly. Or were they slaves? This means we have to check the listings on slave voyages, but slave voyages does 2 or 3 very, very unclear things for people who don't do research well. They'll have a voyage going to wherever it's going to, West Africa, Caribbean, America, or all 3. And the ship, according to the listing, is empty. How is the ship empty? Okay, well, I've heard you say, Ali, maybe they're carrying cargo. That's a possibility. That's one. What's the other possibility? You have to check the slave voyages site live to check what they're actually doing. And so I don't make the slave voyages website. They're the ones that told you the number of Africans that have embarked and disembarked and all these things. We need to ask questions to them to get real answers. And so, again, this is the passenger list of ships coming to North America from Europe. And they list the John and Mary. Let's zoom in on that so you don't call me a liar. John and Mary and the Jeffrey. We go right here to slave voyages, the database, and we got the same 2 ships. Another thing that's important. Let's stop that share for a second. Another thing that's huge. It's huge. It's huge. That's mistaken. How did ships leave England and the other France and all the other places and get to North America? What route are they required to take? Let's show you. And this is just for you to edify yourself in understanding how the ocean works. This is going to be clear, I promise you. I'm going to give you very concise and clear things. I'm not going to give you data that is weak or whatever. You're going to understand this. Let's look at the ocean currents real quick. Let's look at the ocean currents real quick. I want you to see something. Check me out. These are the ocean currents leaving Europe, going to America. So when you leave Europe, you can't travel across this ocean current and go straight to Massachusetts or Philadelphia or any of those ports. You have to come down Spain, down the coast of Africa, and then cross on this current. And I'm going to show you a source that verifies this. Then you can come over to the Caribbean and Yucatan and South Charleston and Virginia. You see how this works? All right. It's real simple, right? All right. So now look at this ship. Look at an example of this ship or of ship voyage. Excuse me. A ship voyage. This is the example of a ship voyage. Check me out. This is an example of a ship voyage. Where did they go? They followed that same current that I talked about. So these ships had, when you look at the Royal African Company and other, they were taking guns, cargo to West Africa, taking slaves, sometimes picking up slaves, taking them here into the Caribbean, going from Ireland, taking slaves into Jamaica. I even have a source where the black people in Jamaica were enslaving the white people. I'll pull that up before we get off here. The Irish were slaves in Jamaica. So my point is, and I don't want to say this without you misunderstanding me. When we talk about reparations, restitution, reclamation, it has nothing to do with slavery. I'm going to say that one more time. When we talk about restitution, reclamation, reparations, it has nothing to do with slavery. It strictly has to do with your awareness of self-identity and the right to self-identity in your proper capacity. And once we as a people learn that one simple principle, all of our organizing, our political organizing, our strategy, our institutions fall in line with international law. I know more people are going to, build on that, but I just want to just drop that real quick so you get it, because this is not a diss to anything and efforts that people put in. I rock with people who have heart. If you got heart, you good. But sometimes, like me, I've been in a position. You have heart in the wrong direction. And when you got heart in the wrong direction, that's a good person going bad. That goes to show just being good is not enough. You got to elevate your level of knowledge, talk amongst your circles, get your awareness up, then you can make moves that are effective. We're here to win. We're not just here to picket and pick up a sign and wear a Black Lives Matter shirt and show up and say, I'm rocking the RBG and all of that. Cool. That's cool. But you're going to get tired. Because one thing about human beings is you got to get the victory to want to stay. If you're not getting no victories, you're going to get up out of that. Next thing you know, you're going back to the church, or you back to the streets, or you back to what's familiar with you that's comfortable. And too many of our brothers and sisters come into consciousness, they hype about it, they inspired, they're ready to get it popping. Then they see all of us arguing, all y'all. No, the reason why people are arguing is because they're not sitting down and studying without bias. They have an agenda that's biased. There's nothing wrong with having an agenda, but your agenda is biased. So now when truth comes, you're not. Now, am I here saying that no slaves came from Africa? You won't ever hear me say that. You won't ever hear me say that. I'm not going to say that because it goes against reality. But in the same vein, if I start talking about my indigenous lineage and all the people on this land that was enslaved by these people before they started in Africa, these brothers and sisters, some of who know me, they go crazy. Now, why are they going crazy? They're going crazy because they're like, first of all, who do you think you are? Because now I don't have the authority and permission to break your mind from the social engineering. I don't have the permission. In your mind, I'm not the right complexion for that to be doing that. I need to hear that from somebody else. Then when I hear it from somebody else, I'm good on them. If they all came from Yale University and said the same thing that we teaching in Arna, all of the people, y'all be like, man, did y'all see that discovery thing where the Yale scientists were saying that? Y'all be like, dang, I can't believe it. So this proves that you don't believe in greatness from your own people and possibly don't really believe in greatness from yourself. Because you have permission psychology. And y'all, I'm just saying we got to kill that. I'm not saying y'all got to agree with everything anybody say, including me. I'm just saying I know for a fact that we are indigenous peoples without a doubt. The information is astounding, to the point where if you really sit down and read and study and start going through it, you start to scratch your head and say, wait a minute. Is it possible that there is a conspiracy to hide this information? And if so, why? Then we start understanding why your great-grandparents had land, this person had said they lost this, and you start traveling back in time, you say, oh, it was about land, resources, and power. Yeah, they had to do that. They had to. They had to do that. Same reason they did it in Africa, same reason they're doing it in Africa right now. Land, resources, and power. So anybody who disagrees with me, I'm not trying to convert you from African to be indigenous. You have a right to be whatever you want to be, but I'm going to speak my truth. And I don't want anybody taking on the colonizing mindset of you about to change somebody's political status and history like you grew up with them or something. All right?
Yo, Cam, what up?
There you go. Peace, peace.
Peace. I see we got another sister on here, Chief. If you would like to introduce yourself, peace to the goddess.
Yeah, I'm not even dealing with that person.
Oh, my bad. Hold up. Let me get back.
All right.
All right, I muted it up. Peace to the guys, peace to the goddesses. Cam, you want you got something you want to say? I see the sister up here. If y'all got something y'all want to add to the bill, I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead and build on it.
Oh, okay. Who's up here? Is somebody else up here? Who's maybe their phone is on mute?
Nah, she unmuted. You unmuted, sis. Talk.
Maybe they got technical difficulties. Hey, until they get it together, I'll just say something. Hey, you know, he said something interesting about the way water works. I was looking at something the other day, A1, that said something about, I was looking at springs, because I was doing some research on springs, and they got all these springs around my area. And it's like, well, a spring is a creek. A creek is a spring. A creek is a spring. A spring is a creek. So the way water works and the way they describe these water seafaring people, it's the same thing. So when you see anything like that refers to a creek, which is water, refers to a Greek, because Greek and creek are the same thing. Those are water people. Those are seafaring people, right? So it's all the same, the springs. So when you're driving through your cities or the highways and you see Spring Mountain or Dusty Springs and such springs, they're just talking about the same people again, just calling them something different. It's all trick words, man, semantics. Uh-oh, somebody's in here. Hello? Peace. Hello?
Hey, sis, if you're trying to talk, you probably got to mute your YouTube. I don't know if that's playing in the background, but you got your mic unmuted. So I don't know, maybe she having technical difficulties. But
right on.
Understand this, right? The original routes was coming through the Pillars of Hercules. That was
where are the Pillars of Hercules, Pop?
The Pillars of Hercules in between Morocco and Spain, and that's coming across to what we call Canada today. or Nova Scotia or Canada, Acadia, right? So
Okay.
most of the routes was coming through there and coming across to Canada. And from Canada, the people will be transported through the north south corridor down the Atlantic coast, right? So
Okay.
they will be transported like that. There are no direct routes from West Africa to America. All that shit is made up because these people wasn't even in the interior of West Africa. They didn't bring no West Africans here. The people who claim they West Africans are sending Indians. That's us. So if we wasn't brought here, and we see evidence that they wasn't bringing no Africans here, then all of this shit is made up. All this shit goes under Herkovitz, you know what I'm saying, his studies on saying that we came from Africa. All that shit come from that. They know they didn't bring nobody.
Herkovitz, Boaz, and your boy Plecker. All of that, bro. Like all of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, how come there's scholars on our history? Like nobody's ever thought about that. Like, how come you? Why do you have scholarship in learning another person's history? Like, what did you do that for? Why would you do that? Only to come back out and like nobody's looking at that. These people went and researched our history, remixed it, rewrote it, gave it back. Like, who does that? Only if you're trying to hide something. Only if you're trying to cover up something. Why? You know what I mean? Why would you put that much effort into researching something that doesn't belong to you? Unless you had a agenda of trying to trade information, manipulate information, hide information. These people are bogus as shit.
But not just that, have a monopoly on everybody's history, including their own. And nobody question none of this shit and say, well, wait a minute, man. Why are these people so interested in everybody else's history?
Come on.
Why do they go through these lengths and these extremes to try to teach us who we already know we are?
That's that 586 years, bro.
Yeah.
That's that 586 years.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of us get caught up, even when we studying this shit. We get caught up with what we believe that these people know, which they don't know nothing. They don't have a monopoly on every human being on the planet history. And that's what they try to go and try to create. And when you see a lot of this shit that's being created is coming from nowadays. It's coming from after 1990. This stuff is not, a lot of these books we read, man, like I said, a lot of these books we read, we wouldn't believe that these people will go back and lie. But I do. Because it's inconsistent. It's too much inconsistencies among the wording and how they wording a lot of this stuff. They weren't speaking like this in certain points in time as they would have us believe they were. White people was not running around here documenting nobody history until after Reconstruction, bro. What you say about that, Ken?
I 1000% agree, man. I'm one of the few people that you'll probably come across that believes we were the main people still rocking, making it happen, contrary to what you may have seen up until the 50s. Up until 1951, we were still making it happen globally, internationally. So I'm right there in sync with you on that. Nah, I don't believe none of the stories are what we've been told. None of the Civil War, the emancipation, down, man, honestly, down to the presidents being who they've said they were. A word that a lot of us are just now starting to learn is swarthy. A lot of people never even heard that word before. Do you know how many people are college degreed, educated, master's degrees, and they've never heard the word entente? They've never even heard that word entente.
You did. You're right.
It's like you don't even. What is that? Yeah, that's a word. Entente. What is that? They have no idea what the word is. So let alone there's a people that are that. Nah, these people, they've remixed the whole thing, sir. You're not gonna get me to say nothing different. I believe that the presidents that we think were white, they weren't, because a lot of them are being described in books as swarthy. They're being described as brunette skin. Brunette is brown, swarthy is brown. And I'm talking about generals, Ulysses S. Grant, Robert E. Lee, Confederate. The Confederacy that you've always heard was da 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 da. Those are all black people. When was you gonna tell me that? When was you gonna tell me that we were the Confederacy?
Good evening, chat. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there goes somebody in the chat.
I think I finally got it squared away. Hello, A1. Hi, Cam. How y'all doing?
Peace.
Hello, chat. On what you're saying, Cam, about that ontogenists. I mean, but why would they teach us in higher learning, so-called, about that? I mean, do they want us to know that we're original to the earth? You know?
Right.
I mean, so that's by design. Everything that we are learning now, we're having to completely unlearn everything that we've been taught. Right? So
that's true.
I mean, it's really a new beginning and a turning of the tides for all of us, really, when you think about it, considering all this knowledge that's been available for all these years. We've been thinking it's been burnt up in some library somewhere. You tell people these days, hey, you know, learn your people, look into these records, and half people think that the records are burnt up and you can't get to them. So it's a completely unlearning of what you've been taught.
I unfortunately was one of those people.
Me too.
Nah, you can't. Nah. Yeah, nah, them records is gone. Nah, them records is burnt up. Nah, they destroyed everything. Nah, you can't find it. Shit. There's so many records that in fact, I would say that most of the records that you would think are destroyed are easily accessible if you know how to look them up. That's actually something that we probably should talk about, that if you don't know how to word these things properly in your search, you'll never find them.
Yeah, that's definitely major. Definitely major.
You have to know the exact wording to look something up in order to find it, because the algorithm works against you on Google, on certain platforms. So I tell people often, don't look anything up on Google. Find another search engine, because Google won't show you things. And then you'll go right to DuckDuckGo or go right to Firefox or something, and you'll find it on there. It's like, wait a minute. So yeah, you definitely have to know how to look these things up.
For sure. Even like when you were speaking about the different names of the different places, and how some things that we've been taught were ancient. They're not very ancient at all. They're actually quite recent. So when you're looking at these so-called historical documents, and you're looking for these different places, you need to know the name of these places that you're looking up, because you may not find Florida in the documents. You might find the province of Apalachicola.
Right.
You looking for Florida, you looking for South Carolina, but you need to know that area was once Florida, all of it, at a certain period of time. You know, so these are key things that we have to really look at and be aware of. You have to know the writer that's writing, what what mindset are they speaking from when they're writing? Are they writing from now, talking about the previous times? Or are they writing from back then, talking about the areas that they're writing about? All these things
Correct.
are so pertinent with this research that we're all doing. And then too, become an expert in your area where your people are from. I mean, what happens once we get this information? What are we going to do with it? What are we
Right.
really doing with this information that we're all getting? It's so great to know these things, but what are we going to do with it as
Exactly.
people? I mean, we've got to turn the tides here.
Well, and I think that's the I think that's the system that we're all searching for right now. I think that's the I said earlier, we're at an apex where we're at a very pivotal point that everything is peaking right now. I mean, you can look at world events from nature down to society as far as wars, and everything has been prophesized what we got going on right now. Everything. So that should tell you again, that's I'm a Muslim, you're a Christian, you're a Jew, everybody right now is rocking. This is what everybody has read about in everybody's end time scenario. It's going on right now. So we should be making moves as well.
Truth, what up?
Say again, A1.
No, we got my brother Truth up here. Truth.
Oh, peace, Truth, peace.
Probably navigating when he. I mean, I guess it come on whenever he got time. But
Okay.
yeah.
Miss Lady, ma'am, what did you want to add? I'm sorry, and we didn't get your name.
Oh, my name is Cherie.
Cherie.
Yeah.
Hey sis, real quick, Cherie.
Yeah.
Do you understand, like, as far as that? See, a lot of us, we wouldn't think that these people will go back and rewrite history. So when we read a lot of these artifacts and articles or literature, right? We assume that this shit goes back in time when they are painting a narrative, and the narrative that they painting is to make the people here look like they had no technology, that they was hunter gatherers, and therefore, what I'm saying, as long as that narrative is in effect, then the history and the technology that these people gave to every country, they gave it to every country. In Australia, people got light bulbs, but they say one man invented the light bulb.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we know these people lying about everything. We know Louis Latimer did not actually invent the light bulb in the 1900s. We've been had lights.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's in their favor to keep promoting these false narratives and get people tripped up and trapped up on history. And that's what you see. You see it a lot because people can't make the understanding, like, Aborigines wasn't slaves here. How Aborigine slaves and all the Aborigines are owning slaves? It doesn't make sense. If it doesn't fit into history, we have to say, nah, this is a lie right here. Because it doesn't add up. How the fuck is all these black slave owners, but then at the same time you telling me the black slave owners are actually Indians, and then you still telling me Indian slavery is going on while you got all these black slave owners actually owning slaves? It doesn't make no fucking sense. No
But
matter
that,
what. Like what?
but excuse me, but that was intentional though, was it not? You
That's a fact.
gotta train people. You gotta get them prepared. You start slow, and you give them a little bit, and you give them a little bit more, and then you just get them running. So what did they start us out with to get us prepared to start getting completely rid of logic and just believing and not questioning,
Christianity.
but believing. You don't question, you just believe. And we will beat our head against the wall trying to just get people to just use your logic. So even now with the things, I go into these chats and I'm seeking answers and I'm looking for other people of like minds. And I will literally be in a Bible study. I will find myself in a Bible study. People are using the Bible, and I'm not trying to bash it. That's not what I'm trying to turn this into. Don't get me wrong. Let me state that right here now. But it's just to your point. We all know what a lot of us were brought up knowing. That was very strategic, right? So we got people in sessions speaking about the Bible not being true. There's truths in it, and you got to look at it esoterically. A lot of us that have become enlightened and grown in our knowledge know these things. Yet we have people in these chats doing a whole Bible study, going over everything, knowing it front, back and forward. But then what? So when you talk
Right.
about this history and you talk about how things are not as they seem, well, if you took a person's spirituality and flipped it on its head, I mean, you that's a big thing to do.
Right.
And I mean, I
Right.
listen to my elders, I listen to my mother talking about how, well, look, all of for our diaspora, you have us doing traditions that are rooted in traditions. But when you link that to what it is, you got us saying, oh, no, that's of the devil. Oh, no, that other stuff. We was told that's not what you do, but you're doing it. You do it for New Year's. You do it all the time. All these different things that we all know about, we do. But then when you actually just pay attention and use some logic, you don't even want to acknowledge what you actually know that you're doing. It's all
Right.
connected. So it's a constant, again, going back to the unlearning what we've been taught. We have literally got to turn that tide. It just really is what it is. But you're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%.
What's an example of that would be like what you think, like, for example, like pouring out liquor.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
Like pouring out liquor. That's literally an Indian ritual that we've always done. Don't know why we do it, but we do it. Hey, pour out a little liquor for the homies. But that's actually in the Bible. But we've been doing that for years. We did that. You see what I'm saying? But how did you know to do that? Like is that an example of what you mean? I don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. You get some elders, they get mad if you sweep something across their feet. If you sweep a broom across their feet, they will
Yeah.
have a conniption fit. What is that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So there's different things. These superstitions, a lot of us have them, but we've been taught these things literally. But this is all about switching things and changing things so that we don't just use logic of what's in your family. The biggest thing, grandma said we had Indians in our family, but you've been led to believe that you're a slave and you don't want to let that go because you're tied to this trauma of what you've been seeing all these years that you don't even want to hear it.
Right.
When you looking in the records, you don't see nothing about slavery.
Right.
And you got
These niggas will cut.
giving this information and giving it so eloquently and laying it out. And people still want to argue and debate. Why
You
is
know
that?
what? Check this out, right? I mean, just let's just sit here and think about this, right?
Yeah.
We showing you Negroes that aren't slaves. You can tie your families back to these same slave owners. But in the same note, you niggas refuse to how do you say you refuse to give up the fact that your people were slaves, and we see 4 or 5 different stories going on at the same time. You got Indian slavery, right? You got Slavic slavery, right? You got African slavery, right? Then we got Negroes that's predominantly owning slaves.
Right.
Like,
Shit, there was a black woman. There was a black woman slave owner in Florida. I want to say the Totemotley or Totemotley plantation. It's like Kingsville or something like that.
Kingsley Plantation.
Kingland, where is it?
Kingsley Plantation.
Kingsley,
Jacksonville.
bro. Black woman owned the whole, like the biggest slave owner in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
When was
But
you gonna
know
tell
what
me
they
that?
did though, Cam? You know what they did? They went back. They went back, created her story, said she was a descendant of a slave.
That's right.
And she somehow got free and enslaved other people, brother. This is what they would do.
A1, you telling me that lady was a ex-slave herself, and then she
No, I'm not telling you that's factual, but they would do the remix single.
Oh, okay. This lady was a slave herself, and then ended up owning and buying the plantation and owned the most slaves in the state of Florida. With
the most
biggest
ridiculous story you ever heard in your life,
biggest
brother.
Cotton transactions going out of Florida, $20 million. With the pearls coming up out of Florida worth $10 million. With the oysters coming up out of Florida, the oyster empire just coming up out of the Apalachicola. And you're telling me an ex-slave woman bought her way into that industry?
That's a fact.
And he left her the whole plantation.
All of it. Hey, look.
The owner left her the plantation, mind you.
Yeah. Look. She inherited it, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, he left it to her.
And these people will cut our arms off to be slaves, my dude. They would literally capture us and torture us for us to stop saying what we're saying, bro. I'm telling you, this is how deep and how indoctrinated a lot of these people are. Look at Jabari. Jabari looked like his life is a fairy tale, nigga.
Bro,
he looked like an actual fairy. He don't look real. He looked like an AI implant.
I don't even deal with them cats no more, man. Like if that's where if you are not on my page with what I'm doing, then that's cool, man. Go be on your own page over there. But I'm not gonna read out of that book. You see what I'm saying? Like if you're from Africa, I love it. That's great. That's awesome, man. I'm so happy for you. Go do that. But that ain't what I'm doing over here, and that ain't who I rock with over here. Like, hey, you like fried chicken and mashed potatoes? That's great. I don't. I'm not eating that. I'm not going over there. That's not my thing. I'm not with that. Like, yeah, that's where y'all from. That's where your heritage is from. That's where your history is from. That's what you guys got going on. That's great. That's awesome. Can't wait for you to get to it and get back over there if that's what you got going on. Outside of that, I ain't got nothing to say. Hey, go do your thing. That's y'all over there. But we got something we doing over here. And if y'all aren't a part of us, then don't bring that bullshit over here, because we're trying to do something different for our people. That's not our lifestyle. That's not our heritage. That's not our culture. That's not our thing. And I don't understand why that makes people mad. That's not our thing. We looked into our records. We looked into our family stuff. We thought that was our thing. We thought we was with y'all. We thought we was African slaves brought over here on a slave ship and the whole thing. We thought that. But some of us did our homework. Some of us did our due diligence. Some of us got into our grandmama's old Bible. Some of us got into our grandmama's old mattress and looked at them files and looked at that paperwork. Some of us got into our grandfather's old basement and we found all that land that he had, and we started digging into those records. And guess what? We're not from there. We're from here. Shocker. That's why I don't deal with the Jabaris no more. He's from the Barbados. Go tell me everything about Barbados. I want to know everything that you know about Barbados. Don't tell me about where you're not from. If you're not from Minnesota, I don't want to hear nothing about Minnesota. If you're not from Mississippi, I don't want to hear you telling me nothing about Mississippi. Tell me about where you from. Where are your people from? What was your grandfather doing? What was your great uncle doing? What was your great grandmama doing? I don't want to hear about somebody else's shit. So that's why I don't even rock with them cats like that, though. I don't care who you are over there on Sa Netta. Sarnetta a whole Indian. I done heard Sarnetta tell Taj, yeah, I'm an Indian. Then nigga, what you pushing all this other shit for? That let me know you up to something. That let me know you got you know I don't get into all the bullshit, bro. I know they up to something over there. That's just my opinion though. They're trying to distract the people and take them away from finding their riches.
Yeah, it's a proverbial
The land
hamster
of milk and
wheel.
honey is here. Come on.
Yeah. Fertile Crescent, right there, the Gulf of Mexico.
Come on.
You look at the names of the cities and the states and the bodies of water, the rivers.
A1. A1. Did you hear this young lady? She said the Fertile Crescent is the Gulf of Mexico. Uh-oh.
See? Yeah, but the Gulf of Mexico is farther.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the Nile River. You think about the story of Moses parting the Red Sea. That was a misnomer. It was the Reed Sea. Then you look at phonetics and you see red and reed. It's all the same when you really look at it. Then you look at Alabama and Crimson Tide. What is crimson? What is the Crimson Tide?
Come on.
And then you look at Alabama and you look at the names of the cities and the things that are in that area. What's some of the names, Cam?
Man, I guess you got what? Well, hell, first of all, start with Alabama. Alabama, first of all, start with that. You could go with that. Then you got Demopolis is right there in Alabama. You got Andalusia. Andalusia. That's what I was asking you earlier. A1, you said something about Andalusia. I was like, well, and they got an Andalusia right down there in Alabama. They got a. They got I mean, you got Al Andalusia right there in Alabama.
Right there.
Right there on the Gulf of Mexico. That's crazy.
And look at the shape of it. I mean, we have to use our eyes and use the logic that they've been teaching us so consistently and very
And you know what? And South Carolina actually has the crescent moon on their flag.
Come on.
Kind of letting you, man, that's crazy.
Come on. And then you look at the chiefs that are in the area. See, the mascots and the names tell the story. Mother Nature doesn't lie, right?
Come on.
So you look at Atlanta. That clay, everybody knows the clay in Atlanta is what? Red, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So you got the Red Sea or the Reed Sea. You got the Fertile Crescent right here. You got all these Arabic names right in the same area as the Fertile Crescent. So Mesopotamia was supposed to be the in Alabama and Louisiana and Georgia, all this area right here where you got literally a crescent. If you look at the map, it's right here on the screen. You see a crescent. Everybody see a crescent? It's right there. So where is the Fertile Crescent? And then you learn that right along the Mississippi and the Chattahoochee and the Apalachicola River was some of the most fertile lands that ever was known to be. I mentioned about the oysters. Those oysters were so plentiful and such a lucrative business because of the soil and the waters that they're in.
Correct.
Because of the land being so fertile, because of the soil there. So
thus Fertile Crescent. Wow.
I mean, it's right in our faces, but we so busy being on this proverbial hamster wheel, but that was intentional, because when we open our eyes and see what it really is and let go of this whole this desire to not let go of this whole, we've been traumatized and beat down and broken, and our ancestors, and I'm not being disrespectful because I was that person. How dare you disrespect the trials and tribulations our ancestors endured and that was just horrible. But then I'm learning that my ancestors owned land, and
Right.
and it was literally stolen from them, and you run them off their lands, and then you go and squat on their land, and then assume their identities, and now you got me thinking that we was no,
That's a lot. That's a lot. When you just think about it,
no.
like that's a lot.
Come on.
That's a
And,
lot.
and my grandmama told me that we was Indian, but now you done taught me in school that we was slaves. But my grandma never told me I was a slave. No.
Right.
Mm-mm. Are we enlightened or are we enlightened? Which one? Because you can't have both. Which way you want it to be?
Correct.
And then for these Indians, no disrespect, but for these Native Americans, where is your land? Where is your stories? Where is your history? Where is your people that are here? Because surely you couldn't just be in the Midwest. I don't hear of people speaking about being in the Southeast and along the coast.
No.
I hear them speaking about being in the Midwest. But what about the coast?
Right.
And
Well,
Florida,
shit.
and the
Georgia,
Southeast.
Florida, Alabama, the Carolinas, the Virginias. You don't see those people there. I drive through those areas every week, and I'm telling you now, they're not there. They're not there. Those native, quote unquote, Mongolian, Siberian looking people, they are not in the Southeast and nowhere to be found. They're all in the Midwest.
Because then again, you got these
And the South
narratives.
and the Southwest. They're in
right.
Arizona,
Right.
Nevada, New Mexico,
There you go.
the Dakotas, all out that area, but nowhere.
But doesn't
in
that
the
fit the
Southeast.
narrative that the proverbial trail of tears, that the Indians will run off their lands and put over east of the west of the Mississippi? But what about the Indians that didn't leave their land? What about the Treaty of Moultrie Creek, where the Indians didn't leave their land? They actually said, no, we're not going. We're staying here. And then it brings up what you said about Disney earlier when I was having my technical difficulties, but I was listening.
Right.
Treaty of Moultrie Creek.
So here you have a question, and I've asked people this, and maybe somebody in the chat can say, maybe A1 can chime in, let me know, maybe you can tell me. I got a question. So you guys get out of here and get off of these lands from 1830 to 1850. This is the Trail of Tears. The Trail of Tears is from 1830 to 1850. Hey, you get off of this land, you Indian. Get up out of Indian country, and now you go to Indian territory. Get out of here, right? 1830 to 1850. But then in the Southeast, at the same time, literally during the same time period, you have all of your HBCUs being built.
That's right.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you just ran these people up out of here, but now there's another set of people and they're getting colleges built for them. And these people that these colleges are being built for, they're slaves at this time, 1830 to 1850.
That's what the people say, right?
This is what you said now. Like, so 1830 to 1850, you're kicking the Indians out on Indian territory. But at that same time, you're building colleges for slaves that couldn't even read. That where does that line up?
It doesn't.
How does that make sense? Howard was built in 1850. For who? For who? Because those people weren't even allowed to read, according to you.
Right.
But you built them you built a university for people that didn't even know their ABCs. That doesn't make sense. People that couldn't read or write, couldn't do math, didn't even speak the language, but you built them a university. I don't know if you've ever been to college, Cherie. I don't know if anybody in the chat has ever been to college, but there's not an English class in college. You have a whole English department. There's not a language, there's not a science class in college. There's a whole science department. Like there's a whole department for a subject matter at a college. There might be 100 English classes at one college. There might be 100 math classes at a college. And now you built a university and several black or HB historically black universities. There's several of them. So who were these colleges built for? A, B, who built them? Who built them? So it's really just very interesting. Like you got these, that's what I was telling somebody earlier. These stories don't add up to what we've just seen, to what we've seen in our, some of y'all in the chat, some of y'all live by a HBCU. Some of y'all probably went to an HBCU. How is that HBCU existing in a time period when y'all wasn't even supposed to be able to read? Somebody's lying, bro. That's all. I guess that's my only point in the whole thing. Like, just do the math. It doesn't add up at all. I'm sorry.
No apologies. You speaking truths. And grandma used to say the truth will set you free.
10-4.
Anybody else had their grandma used to tell them that?
Come on.
That's a way of knowing too, I think.
A1, this next time this Shiamaru A1, I gotta log on to that page and check dude out. He seemed like he's got some good info. Seems like he's got some good info. A1, you there? Fell asleep again. So, Cherie, where would you like to see this thing with our people go? Like, what have been some of your challenges that you found, and how long you been in this in this wake up? How long you been in this journey?
I've been intrigued about my ancestry for quite some time. I've always been that child that had questions at a young age. Was brought up with Christianity, but was always that kid asking, well, Grandma, if the Holy Trinity is one and the same, and God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost are the same, well, why is Jesus on the cross praying to himself?
Oh, so you got smacked a lot. Okay, go ahead. So you got smacked a lot. You got your lip bust a lot. You got popped in the forehead a lot. Okay.
Like looking at me like, well, just believe, you don't question, but I was also told you rightfully divide the word of truth, and you study to show yourself approved. So that started me on my quest for knowledge at a very young age. I just always was trying to understand deeper. And so I, through my life, wanted to know more, and I came across the Apocrypha, and I went to my same grandma. I said, Grandma, there's books to the Bible that are supposedly lost, and I found them. They're called the Apocrypha. And she fussed at me. She said, Cherie, she said, I'm still learning the Bible. Why would I want to go read books that's lost? I have to get the Bible first. And I said, well, that's interesting. For me, if something's lost from the Bible, I want to know what's lost, because that's got to be some important information if it's lost. So that kind of puzzled me. So started reading that, thought that was real interesting. And time goes on, and I learned more about ancient Egypt and it being called Kemet. And I go down that hole, and then I'm moving into the chakras and the spirituality and the African spirituality, and there was a period of time with the Hebrew Israelites and everything, and read on, go on.
There you go.
And
Go ahead.
then I
Read
go
on.
read on, and so I go from there into finding my way into what I always knew, to hear my people say that we have Indian in our family and we own land, that very grandmother. And it just made sense when I started coming into the knowledge that, yeah, we are American Indian. And so I find myself in this space, but I've always been trying to do the research and the genealogy, but the the world opened up when I stopped looking for slaves. See, I was doing my
Okay.
genealogy and I'm going through and I'm hitting these brick walls because I find a mulatto and I looking for this plantation where the people with my last names are on this plantation, and trying to find this slave owner, and I'm not finding a plantation in the area where my people are from with this last name, or a slave owner with my last name. And I'm just kind of like, I don't understand. But the moment that I changed my thought process and my mindset to the idea that I'm not finding somebody from Africa because we're not from Africa, the it just opened up. What do they say? Floodgates just opened up. That's kind of how it happened.
Right.
And it's as if things were just being brought to me left and right, downloads left and right. And I'm so grateful to be in this space now, because it's just a whole another world. Listen to me sounding like Aladdin, and we talking about the Fertile Crescent. How about that? But literally,
Right.
that's where I'm at, and I'm grateful. So the challenges that I've run into along this journey is finding like-minded people that are equally wanting to take it to the next level. When we get the information, what do we do with this information? Because it's great to be able to speak about all these things, but okay, what do we do next? And can we get this citizenship? I've heard some people say we don't want to be a part of this stuff. We don't want that, because that, but what can it do for your family to be able to have status and have what's rightfully yours, your birthright that your people actually had that was taken from them? What does that do for a whole generation and your legacy as a people? And tapping into these records and tapping into these organizations and actually trailblazing that for your family and literally creating generational wealth that was yours to have from the very beginning. So that's been my journey, not in a nutshell. Sorry, I can be kind of verbose. I apologize, everybody. But that's been me. But
Nah,
it's
you
been so
good,
worth it,
sis.
and I wouldn't have it any other way.
You good, sis. I mean, y'all can stay on and build. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video. I'm gonna wait to the part to where
Oh, sure,
we
sure,
got
sure,
into the build. But I'm gonna play a little bit more. Y'all just hang on. We'll be right
sure.
back.
So, yeah, I just wanted to share that just so we see the slave routes and we understand those things. So, I mean, the floor is open. Y'all got opportunity to bring in comments and to share your perspectives on things that's going on, because y'all know I can go all night on this subject, and I got heat. But the whole point of the conversation is, how do we now look at slavery in the present? Are you going to work for somebody else's company? That's indentured servitude for the rest of your life and hope for your payment at the end, with hopes that the 401k and the pension don't drop because of something that's going on behind some wall at Wall Street that you know nothing about? That's indentured servitude and slavery in modern times. How can your lineage end up gaining wealth over generations when your plan is to work for corporations that your family didn't found? Isn't that what happened in slavery? They were working for corporations their family didn't found for the basic necessities of life, eating, clothing, shelter, and just kept on in perpetuity and handed that down to their children. Isn't that what they did yesterday? If you're doing that today, are you not still in the same system? Are you not able to use the 84 billion brain cells that you have to come up with ideas for your progeny so that you can build something for yourself? Hit the like. Come on in.
That's a fact, man. How you doing today?
Good, God, peace.
Peace to the guy. Hey, man, I'm the one that was up there on side Netherwich when I put Unc in that trick bag about that white to black and then back to white because of air conditioners and shit.
Hey, you know what? What I find out is, this is just straight up. When that subject comes up, they never complete the conversation.
Yeah, they bought Jabari and I was like, oh man, we ain't gonna finish it. But I salute you because you bought it right back up. I was like, yeah, man, thank you. Let's get back to it. But he left because he knew he put himself in the bag when he said that scientifically that don't make sense.
At all, bro.
Yeah, but man, first off, man, hey, salute to you. I've been watching you since even back in the day when you was with the Nation, Islam to all the brothers part of the Nation.
Yes, sir.
And I'm glad to see what I seen you came out to, and I just wanted to throw something out because I seen you and Jabari keep having this back and forth about these Mongol Indians and when they came in, and I see you go to the Codex, and that is one wave too, but another wave that I don't really see a lot of people speaking about, and which was one of the biggest cross-border trades that's barely getting spoken about is the Trans-Pacific.
Yep.
And the records are there. I don't go live no more, but when I did a 4-part series on that. Not only dealing with the trade routes, the actual company, like how I tell people, it's called the Portuguese East Indies Company because that's the location they operating out of.
Right.
And a lot of times they try to throw that title around like they got to do with Africa, and it didn't. But also, showing the cultural connection and also the linguistics as well too, because they try to make it seem like they isolated, but if they isolated, it wouldn't be no linguistic connection with them and people up over there. It wouldn't be no cultural connection. It wouldn't be no genetic connection as well too.
You gotta do a show on that, man, and then you come on and then drop some knowledge in a little bit, man. That'll be good.
Yeah, definitely. But I like to see what we at right now, because they try to make it seem like this Aboriginal history is minute and pseudo, but clearly it ain't, because they keep putting out names in their mouth. I think the thing that don't really show our power is probably more the disconnect. And I'm just supporting all the brothers and all the sisters that's bringing forth this information because it's been hidden. Even though it's been talked about, they try to keep it on the bonus. And man, just keep slapping Jabari bald head around, man. Salute.
Wildcat, man. Yes, sir.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna mute up. I know there's some more people on the panel, but man, salute to you. I like where you've been coming at, man. Good info.
Indeed, I appreciate it, man. Indeed.
Hey, peace.
Peace, family. What's good, guys?
Peace, Ali Muhammad. What's the word, man?
I'm good, family.
Hey, look, man. I gotta admit, I've been checking you out for since around like 2013. Some of the different perspectives, but I actually study under Moors as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not studying under Moors as well as the MST of America. I'm studying under the Moors of antiquity, the Amor rule.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, all right. So, like, we like some of us over here, we've been studying this for a long time. I got extensive research on the Indian slavery, which today I don't even believe that, because there's too many free Negroes in the 1800s that owned slaves. Too many. There's too many. In South Carolina, where you from, where you showed, and I've also showed the Indian slavery in South Carolina, there's too many Negro slave owners at that same timeline.
Yeah.
But we got to make sense, so we can't let the European come in with their suggestions in South Carolina. None of that stuff makes sense, brother, because a lot of these Indians, a lot of these Negro slave owners are Indians. They're not Negroes. They're not Africans. They're Indians themselves.
Right.
So, so how is Indians being enslaved? And then, but I give you this. I don't know if you ever checked this book out. Check out Carter G. Woodson, Free Negro Slave Owners, and go into Virginia, Maryland, South Carolina, Louisiana, and them 4 different states. They got the largest majority of Negro slave owners. Thousands of them. I'm talking about thousands. Some Negroes owned up to 310 slaves and had estates. They had estates. But ain't no white people coming in teaching us this. These are indigenous people and indigenous business that we was doing here.
Right.
See, a lot of times people get caught cast away by thinking white people were slaves, man. That's what we teach. When we we got some brothers that really done some real extensive research on it, such as myself. White people were slaves in America. They wasn't in no dominance until you get sold in 1700s and you sold around the Civil War. They got a book called The Forgotten Cause of Civil War, where it tells you the real reason that the Civil War happened was because of white slavery. So Negroes been ruling. We could show you the Sir Solomon Jones films in Oklahoma and in other different Negro states where Negroes had oil rigs, all of this stuff, cars, buildings, whole towns. Forget some Tulsa, Oklahoma. We had all this stuff. These people are lying to us, brother. Ain't no white people come here and do nothing to us. These people came here as slaves. And we can prove it. I know I can prove it. Right. You know, I don't know, like, you know, a lot of that stuff get convoluted, but we definitely got some stuff. We definitely like to talk to you behind the scenes, man, just to, you know, see if we can click some of our suggestions or some of our ideas together, man. Because we definitely got some stuff for you, bro. Definitely.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, bro, we got whole teams of people that's on the research and writing and doing stuff. So we definitely want to link up, bro. We need as many heads together, putting this stuff, rewriting the libraries, and getting this stuff to our people in clarity so we can help them. I'm with you.
And we even talk about the buildings over here. And we link the buildings to Iberia, Morocco, Spain, Portugal. The same buildings that you see in Florida, the same buildings you see over there. Because we had an empire that extended. When you talk about Montezuma, when they say from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, they talk about that's the extensive of the Amaru Empire that these people took over.
Yeah, we got maps of it, bro. It's in history.
Yeah. So I passed the mic though, but peace to the guys, man.
Peace to you, God. Hold up, John. Break it up a little bit. Something's going on with your sound.
Yeah, it's some more to the build though. Yo, I gotta spin. I gotta go run and go do something. But definitely check the rest of that build out. Definitely keep educating yourselves. Don't allow none of this European narrative or their perspective or their suggestions to suggest that we wasn't doing nothing of any importance. Like I said earlier, we are the people who taught them, and they are the people who going around the world teaching other people like they're responsible for the technology in which they teaching them. So definitely, before I get out of here, Cam and my sister, you guys got anything y'all want to say before we get out of here?
I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to join the platform. I've been in the shadows, just kind of, observing and listening and enjoying everybody building and, getting this information out. I'm excited to see our people doing our thing and just awakening and enlightening each other. I just want us to really take it to the next level as a people and help each other. so that we can really stop arguing with each other and stuff, but really try to start taking actionable steps and figure out how we can get this information and make it work for us, so we can figure out how to pinpoint the areas where each of us are from. And if you got the steps and you know how to do this and you know who to contact, all right, well, you're from this area, let me show you what I did, so we can all kind of go ahead and get this next step and make it happen and get off this hamster wheel.
No doubt, sis. Thank you for coming through. You're welcome anytime. My brother Cam right here. Truth, you got something you want to say in regards to the video from last night?
Nah, man. I mean, you know, man, it was a good bill. You know, man, I appreciate the brother opening up the line, man, allowing us to come up there, man, to have the conversation. Cause you know, like I said in the bill and shit, the one thing that I see really holding us back is the disunity. We more bigger and powerful than we think, but we're so separated. We so separated. That's why it seems like we so small. And the Pan Africans know it, especially Jabari. That's why they always got our name in their mouth and shit, because they know how powerful we is. But we not as organized as we need to be, because if we did and really show unity, we actually largest in the conscious community. Because even people that believe that they Hebrews, you know, people that are Muslims, even they subscribe to this Aboriginal information. You know, it's almost like how my man said. He was like, I sell weed because, damn, what the fuck? Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Mike said,
yeah, my man, I remember my man told back today, he was like, man, you know why I sell weed and I don't fuck with none of that other shit? I'm like, why? He was like, the weed heads, the niggas that sell the hard drugs smoke weed, even the crackheads smoke weed, the alcoholics smoke weed. He like, everybody smoke weed. Everybody subscribe to weed, but they separate. You know, I ain't mean to take it to no drug correlation, nothing like that, but it's just going to show you that not only do you got people that just subscribe straight to Aboriginal information, there's people from other communities that subscribe to it as well, too. You feel me? So we actually way much stronger, way much larger than we think. But soon as we unify and stop the bickering and shit, man, we're gonna tear this bitch down.
Hey, look, real quick, right? I think that's what Ali Muhammad, he's realizing at this point in time. Like, it's too many of them for him to be going. They have him on a platform with like 10 other people. And then, you know what I'm saying, they just going back and forth with him. And it's like, yo, his information is something that should be observed, researched, or go look over his research. You know, but these people are so busy with trying to destroy the sources and make the research not have no type of credibility. You understand what I'm saying? As opposed to we like think about it, bro. A lot of stuff that we put out there, it's like, you know, it's not just our history. It's other people who look like us history as well. But these people go through all of these. You know, they will sit there and tear down our information, right? They will sit there and tear down our information just to prove their point. And that shit right there that's the reason why we can't get nowhere. And that's the reason why we have to, like, you know, everybody that's out here pushing this information. Everybody has their own perspective, but we're needed together to pretty much be able to, like, you know, have some standing when it comes to this knowledge, because they think that this shit we talk about is pseudo. They think we just talking out the side of our fucking neck. Like, we ain't got no research and we can't understand a fucking scientific article or medical article or historical article, etc., man. So before we get out of here, Cam, let me let him back in. I see you went out. Cam, you got something you want to kick before we get out of here, my brother?
Hey, no, man, I just wanted to say again, as always, A1, thanks for having me up here, man. And to just back jump back on everybody else. Everybody get into their own knowledge, get into your own family, find out where you fit in the story and bring it together. And let's start trying to get like minds with each other. And let's start trying to make some political moves, some power moves, and get with your tribe, man. Tribe up. Peace to everybody. Love everybody.
That's a fact, man. With that being said, man, I gotta spin. Everybody enjoy the rest of the day. I will be back tomorrow around 12. I'll probably set it a little earlier. But definitely, man, thank everybody that came up here and shared their perspective. Shout out to Dr. Ali Muhammad. Shout out to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands, all the gods and goddesses, the emperors and the empresses as well.
And
Definitely.
hey, A1, we should do a part 2 with Cherie, man. Hey Cherie, do you
Nigga,
have
man, all right, man. What I've been trying to get you to do this for the last 3 weeks, man. Hit me
that's a
up,
fact.
bro.
That's a
All
fact.
right, I mean, look, like I said, nigga, I'm ecstatic about this bill, nigga. I'm excited, so let's do this.
It's
You know
it's
what I'm
gonna be
saying?
it's gonna be nice, man. It's gonna be nice because Cherie definitely brings some heat with her. Cherie, what can we get with you on? What's your app or what's your information?
Oh, thank you, Cam. And A1, please forgive me. That was on me. My dad transitioned, and I'm his only daughter, and so that was all
Yeah,
me.
I'm
So I
fucking with
apologize.
him, man. That's my boy, man. He know how I fuck. We play like that, man. There
Oh,
ain't
okay,
nothing
I got
serious.
you. I got you. And
I'm
it's no
just
hard
fucking
feelings.
with him.
I like to take accountability. We have to do that these days. You know what I
Nah,
mean?
nah, you ain't got nothing. What's understood don't need to be explained.
But you guys, if
Definitely
y'all want
whenever.
to check us out, check me out. I'm on IG, adore underscore Appalachia adore ADORE underscore APPALACHAHOOCHEE, like the Appalachian Hoochie River, Appalachicola and Chattahoochee River together. All right. I appreciate
Hey
everybody.
sis, look, you got my email. Whenever, if anytime you want to come up here and do a bill, you got something you want to share, hit me up and just let me know, and the platform yours.
Of course, of course. And I really appreciate that.
Hey, nah, I mean this is the Attention, so it's not that we are all Attention is one. There's
Absolutely.
not
And
this.
iron sharpens iron, right? And or
That's a
maybe we should
fact.
say copper. Copper sharpens copper. We're gonna change that
That's a
up a little
fact.
bit.
We needed much information. You know, everybody got stories. Everybody got their family stories, and we need as much as this information to where the people feel compelled to where they can relate to the information, because we get these stories about slavery and Gory Island and all this other ridiculous, narratives, and we don't have no history, so we attach our history onto that
We
because
do.
we're not being told no. So we don't have no outside of slavery. What other story do we have? So that's why people. That's why they scratching and clawing at letting this shit go, because we wasn't told we have nothing on, and being as though it's coming from just us, and we're the ones that's going back telling our story, right? People they don't want to give us credit, and they don't want to put us up there and give us the accolades that we deserve. So definitely whenever you're ready, reach out to Cam, yo, whenever. I don't care. You could call me tomorrow and be like, yo, let's do it Monday or whatever. Whenever you're ready, let's get it going. Let's get it up there for the people, man.
That's right. I see you.
So
All
no
right.
doubt, no doubt.
Indeed.
Thanks for coming through, sis.
My
Though.
pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank my brother Truth. And once again, Cam, come on, brother, reach out to me. Let's get this popping, man, so we can get this going, all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, be safe out there, man. Everybody be safe in their travels. Once again, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. With that being said, you already know what time. It's your brother Hanu Kiel, aka A1, aka Conscious One. And with that, peace to the gods and goddesses. Peace.